recap.
We got Bell back.
We did.
Yeah.
And
He failed to kill their own god.
Yep.
Yeah, he'll probably get his eventually. But we fucked up effectively an avatar of Dahak. On some sort of weird mind spirit plane.
Yeah.
You're the fragment of the hawk. Yeah.
And then we got Bell a atonement ritual.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think everybody passed the fuck out because it's been like 48 hours.
That's 2 days for that damn atonement ritual. Bullshit.
Well, 1 day for the res, 1 day for the atonement. That just happened back to back.
It's gonna sleep in the clock tower.
Yeah.
Reasonable.
I guess I'll pass out, you know?
It's
Just
not
something
a,
happens.
it's not an 8-day journey that you've been running the entire time, but Flynn is crazy.
What are you talking about?
Endurance for days, literal days.
I'm not crazy.
You're all crazy.
I mean, with that lack of sleep, you may be.
The rats made me crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room. Room of rats. The rats made me crazy.
Thank you.
Oh, rats.
Right. Well, that is pretty much it. So I imagine everyone is going to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should do my do the hero points. You were all superhero on time, so you all get stuff. Well, I get 2 hero points for a recap.
Hey.
Boop, those are in, and then I had to make one adjustment, but I didn't put them in the game yet, but I have your guys' updated keep. They are in Discord as of now.
Yay.
I think, Grit, you were sleeping in the room you're also planning on leveling as your like household room.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make a note of that.
Yeah.
As it stands, you guys have 3 rooms on the ground floor that are not utilized. A couple other that are like kind of like meaningless hallways, but you have 1 room on the south side and then 2 on the north. Some got mixed around with me losing the notes and then redoing it and then having different written things that written. Like one of my notes, Elwyn's shop was near the Sarai Temple, and the other one it was next to the Lorelei and hers room. And one I had heard them both in an individual room, but I clearly remember DMing them being in the same room. So we stuck with that. Your battlements are pretty much done. There's only like really 4 paces for it. And then I think your basement is pretty well occupied. So a couple things got put in. 'Cause I know they're in progress, but so yeah, what's it called? You guys all rest. Refilling my notes. Left to your own devices. Let me see. Gameplay mechanics will be probably where I put it. Or is that just all my technical shit? Okay, I have this stuff too. Oh, I have this before. Left to your own devices, when do you usually wake up, Grit?
That is a good question. Normally we're on so many missions. I'd probably sleep in. I'm a chaotic creature. Unless there's some kind of Saturday morning cartoon to wake my ass up, I'm gonna stay asleep.
You're gonna miss the Herculoids.
You're gonna miss
Give me a crackhead morning kid energy, which I definitely know exists. I'll sleep in. I'm good with sleep in.
The only show I
It's been 2
remember.
days, I slept in late. After breakfast.
The only show I vividly remember always waking up for was the Archie Sonic cartoon Saturday mornings.
I woke up for a lot
That
of
one
shit
was great.
when I was a kid.
It's the only one. I'm sure I did, but that was the only one I vividly remember.
Mighty Max was at 7:30. I think Beast Wars was also at 7:30, depending on which day.
Like I would do that, do Spider-Man or X-Men or whatever was on, like for Fox, because Fox generally was the one that had the earliest
Fox
freaking.
cartoon slapped. Yeah, they were early.
Yeah, they definitely had the kids' 90s cartoon game fucking down.
All
Yeah.
right. So Moira, how about yourself?
Assuming body catches up on needed rest, probably get up with the sun as usual.
With the sun or just before the sun?
Oh, just before, so she can do her prep with the
my note.
sunrise.
How about yourself, Flynn?
8 hours after I go to bed, which would be about sunrise. Probably. I would gauge it. As to not mess up my sleep schedule, even if I'm tired.
All right. I put likely. That's just not appropriate. 8.0 hours after rest. Rest timed for sunrise. There we go.
Not that the sun's waking me up, but
No, just your body clock is timed to the fucking second.
I have to maintain that discipline.
Right. You guys ever have the thing where you wake up and you're like, my alarm's about to go off? Like you have this like
Oh yeah.
present.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's
I've woken up literally like counting down, and then my alarm goes off.
It almost-
That's fucking weird.
I almost feel like I can feel it sometimes. Like I'm sitting, also not like, almost like I hear a hum for a second, but there's no audible sound, and then the alarm goes off.
Yep. I think if I'm gonna be honest, I'm fairly certain that hum is your blood pressure as your anticipation, like you hear it's fucking coming.
I almost wonder if it's like some kind of electromagnetic field that is like given
Probably.
up right before it goes off.
Mine's
Yeah.
tinnitus.
Speaking of which, Duran, when do you wake up?
When the tinnitus hits me.
When the tinnitus.
That just
Duran had a
fortitude.
injury. It's either tinnitus or CTE at this stage.
So every hour.
Duran would probably he'd probably be victim to his offspring's waking schedules. So
Makes sense. But you have all the time? Because you have a lot of offspring. You have one for every hour of the morning.
oh yeah, no, he always wakes up at the average, like the sumerial average of their wake up times every day.
So you wake up before half of them and after half of them.
Precisely.
I swear to shit, if one of you little assholes wakes you up before half of you are awake, I'm going to half the spawn here and make the numerical game on this way easier for you.
All right.
Yeah, he knows that if he wakes up 30 seconds early, that a couple of the youngest ones went out egging, and he goes and hunts them down.
And then they're served with the eggs. All right. So average of his offspring. So what's the current average of your offspring?
We're gonna say we'll go with like a nice hearty 9 a.m. I almost said p.m. 9 a.m.
So late morning.
Is that
Yeah, for
standard
him-
or daylight savings?
This DM has signed an executive order to remove daylight savings.
The only good executive order.
Extra daylight savings.
Every year we just lose an hour of sleep, and then eventually years are down to like just a few minutes.
This is the worst timeline.
Alright. Udme, how about yourself?
Basically, until somebody forces me to wake up, or the sun gets to me too much, and I'm like, fuck it.
So, woken up or sun bothers him.
So wait,
I can
you're
do that.
saying you get in a sunbeam and it's too much for you?
Sometimes I forget to put a shade up. Like, fuck. In my eyes, fuck it, I'll wake up.
That's not very cat-like behavior.
I'm not a cat, I'm a fox.
Yeah, but foxes are just cat software on dog hardware.
Lorelai, how about yourself?
I'm gonna get up before the sunrise
Before sunrise.
and head out to the foresty area, and that's where I'll do like my preparations, and then I'll start communing with the environment again while we're still here.
Alright. Average will be before sunrise. I'm glad to put in the waking order for when it comes. If I ever have you guys down, like, and you guys sleep, I can say, alright, so based on this, like, you guys wake up, then you wake up, they wake up. Okay, and let me know if anyone ever wakes up with me.
Yeah, I think if she can, she likes to wake up before the sunrise to be like, yeah, communing with it.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Alright. I need to clean that, but do it later. Alright, well then, you guys get some much needed rest after 48 hours of ritual casting.
Jirana not having to actually take part in the rituals at all.
Yeah. And I will throw your guys's tokens down where I roughly know they start. I can do this now. Also know where all you guys' rooms are, makes my life easier. I'll put them on the first floor equivalent, so I don't have to fuck around with them too much. Oh, thanks, Flynn. Thanks, Flynn. What a guy. Doot. Grit's downstairs, so Grit's good to be on the stairs. Duran's downstairs. He also gets to be on the stairs,
Yeah.
which is Zeke. All right. Well, yeah, it is just prior to sunrise, and Moira and Lorelei. The two of you guys wake up knowing that the sun will be up soon, and Moira, you have your normal preparation time.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I think Belle is in the wrong tower. She's in the Bell Tower, not Belle's Tower.
You're actually 100% right.
That's super funny. So what you're saying is we need to put a hammock at the top of Belmazog's tower, so we can have two bells swinging in each bell tower.
I'm actually kind of delighted that Unme's tower is the closest to the loud, large bell tower.
That is wonderful.
So yeah, Moira, Lorelei. I know Lorelei, you have to do your prayer stuff. Where do you go?
Sierra and I are gonna go out to the forest that were burned.
All right, it is about a 1.5 mile walk to get down there. Closer to 2 miles. It's you're cool.
Nice and brisk.
All right. When
if would I see Moira at all, or would she be staying like in her room or somewhere else?
No, Moira would head to the rampart, just like looking out over the side, setting up, facing the east.
Okay. Also, then, would Elowen be awake or not yet?
Yeah.
Or would she be staying at the inn or whatever?
No, Elowen's back here.
Okay.
Now that you guys are back. Elowen would already be awake by the time you wake up.
Okay, then I'll let her know where we're going.
All right. I was like, well, I need to get back to getting the shop prepared now that everything is normal once more. But I hope to have made enough contacts in my stay in the town where people should start arriving. That is the hope.
Yes.
What's it?
Definitely need to get some help with getting the garden completed as well. The people in the town.
I wish you luck. Though the counselor's cousin, I know, is eager to be of age should you wish to employ them. Aside that, I believe my daughter and her companions have the stonemasons, I think, queued up for the next 5 years or so, it seems.
I gotta get to work on that, the glass ceiling in here. For the light.
If you were looking for glass, from what I've learned of this little town, there is a Shaylin temple. They did the stained glass for Moira's little Serenite temple.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if they necessarily need help for a large-scale glass room, but they could be someone you could look into.
All right. Thanks for the tip. And she will set off.
Let's see. Moira, as you reach, it would be about, well, here, I don't have a figure for them. Let me see. Sherry.
That's... Yeah, it's not the worst figure, but it's not the token I would use for them.
When you reach that part of the room, just before the courtyard, you would see a cat just staring southwards as if anticipating you.
Hi. Hello. Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
There we go.
I had assumed your preparation moment would be around now. I thought I would join you if you would have me.
You are more than welcome.
She smiles a soft but far too broad smile. And would pause and open both the doorway to the right and the gate, not knowing your exact path before stepping out of the way and letting you lead.
Moira gives like a little bow of thank you as she heads out through the courtyard. That's where the stairs up are, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. And yeah, would head up on to the top of the rampart.
She would wait for you to pass before following, her footsteps abnormally loud as they were last time you spoke with her. Lorelei, you would catch Moira being followed by a cat in the courtyard.
Mm-hmm. I will just wave hello.
Moira smiles and waves back.
Because a cat
gives
is
you that-
there.
That large, broad smile, and then also nod slightly to you without speaking.
Okay.
So you're just kind of going for Uncanny Valley with her, right?
Just like
I have
overly
ideas.
attached girlfriend look.
I have a mental picture, but I'm having trouble finding one that hits because I have a very vivid mental picture.
I'll just say I'll be off to check on the forest.
Hopefully
That's all
it's
she's gonna
doing
say.
okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
If you need any help, don't be afraid to come back and ask.
I will. I'm just gonna awkwardly walk out.
Ooh.
That's probably like the most words she said in the presence of a cat in a while.
It's pretty reasonable, honestly.
Yeah. She.
She's a character.
I mean, yes, that is how NPCs work.
This is probably the closest thing I found. I found this before, but it isn't exactly what I'm going for.
I already posted a picture in Discord.
Oh.
I'll put it in general, that doesn't help.
Hey.
There you go. Yeah, that's kind of what the vibe I went with.
Is it bad I get a fleeting reminder of Jenna from that at first glance?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just very few words, and then we're gonna leave.
All right. Well, you know that the keep stand. Oh yeah, you're going down the hill and around to the burnt forest on the far side of the town. Right, I'll note that. Moira, you just doing your usual prayers?
Yep. And morning prep and yeah.
All right. As you sit down to, bask in the, rising of the sun in the far east over the horizon, Aket would sit down near you, setting up 5 little altars around herself in a circle, using a piece of chalk to draw a pentagram-like symbol that connects them and sits between them, praying quietly for an hour herself.
I assume that I wouldn't really need to roll to get any insight on that. It's pretty obvious.
You're a master of religion. Each one represents one of their various 5 gods. Though when she actually sits down, she faces basically the bottom of the stars, so she is not facing any one idol in particular.
Which ones would be between that? Or on the other side?
Let's see.
She's obviously purposely putting her back towards one.
Correct,
That's so fun.
actually.
Oh.
Yep. So that's the one she doesn't like the most.
So
Probably Iomade.
currently, she sits facing between the Iomade and the Abadar icons, with Asmodeus directly behind her. Iomade and Iori she has in front of her. Abadar is by her back right. Torag is by her back left.
Asmodeus is still, back.
Back, correct.
When she was setting up, did it seem like she was purposefully going with directions? Like, facing specifically south rather than north, or?
Well, she herself is actually facing the same direction you are. But if there was something to it, it would be hard to say.
There.
And if not questioned or poked, she would spend an hour doing her stuff before she packed up her ritual kit and cleaned off the area she was sitting on.
What Moira would not interrupt, but afterwards would be curious, about, is there a specific spot in the setup that each one should go? Does it, does the position relative to the others for each idol matter? Or does it just matter that they're all there? Does direction being faced matter?
You ask all these questions?
Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna be so hyped.
She would let you ask them and stare into your eyes as you speak. You notice the entire time you ask questions, she doesn't blink until you finish. There is no official meaning behind the exact order other than personal taste, preference, sometimes a matter of superstition. I personally set them up in the order of which I deem I need their favor. Though I try never to look directly at one because that feels bias.
Fair.
Your companionship has a decently strong tie to Iori, and his value of learning and even-handedness seems important to the immediate tasks of which I need to perform. And this frontier is good leaning, and Iomade is better at guiding when navigating with good leaning individuals. I show favor to Abadar in matters of commerce, and Asmodeus in matters of conflict.
What about Torag?
Torag was a primary leaning as I was overseeing the reforming of the church. And he also tends towards straightforward diplomacy. If I feel I am in non-threatening moments of conversation, I show favor to him. When I need talk my way through conflict, it is Asmodeus who I lean to.
Why Asmodeus over Torag?
Her smile actually curves up in an unsettling way as you ask. You already likely have evidence of that, though not necessarily to your knowing. Your martialist embodies many of Asmodeus's principles, though I'd imagine he would deign admit to such.
No, I don't.
Actually, they're right there. If you want to have heard that, you can. I don't know, because
I would not be. Yeah, I would not interfere with their
Okay, fair enough.
or their conversation.
Makes sense. You recall when we were setting up the contract on the main matters of ruling this area, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it was just yesterday, so of course I totally remember as the player.
Of course. um, you recall, well, I would say your companion, Grit, the goblin, he very much embodied Torag's honorable, forthright nature and intent and the like in dealings. Flynn personified Asmodeus's edict of negotiating a contract to your best advantage. It is clear he scrutinized over everything was said and ensured things went as beneficial for you guys as possible. This behavior is praised and even demanded of followers of Asmodeus.
Oh God.
No, devil.
Yeah.
No, that was response to the picture that just popped up in the Ashes channel.
About right.
Yeah, not far off.
She's looking at you smiling unblinkingly as you ask her questions.
She doesn't have her mouth open when she smiles, though. It's just the straight line that curves
Shiro.
up.
It's not.
But yeah.
Moira would think for a moment, then nod. It's like, I can see that.
Most of our order or many of us, our order, aren't necessarily divine spellcasters like ourselves. She says, notion the two of you guys.
Of course.
So they must only seek to be worthy of the five. You all differ in ways, but I see much of the five's blessings and ideology in the group of you. In fact, everything that transpired across these lands, not just from the Hell Knight's intervention, but the entire recent history of Ishgar and the surrounding areas, have all been saved destruction through the force of law above everything else. Many a crusaders would have seen the hobgoblins wiped from existence for the genocide they committed.
Moira goes a bit quieter than normal at that whole mention. It's like, oh.
I'm sure you've seen. You're a Serenite. The righteous fury of those who are wicked and commit wicked acts is in your very order. I am sure not a practice of yourself, but I'm sure it is a dogma and edict that is condoned by the goddess of the sun. I have heard great tales of large spread genocide and repercussion for the evil doings of cruel creatures, purged to the last, and all with Saren Ray's blessing.
That is at least one interpretation.
But nothing that would cause them to lose their divine favor. The ultimate judge of one's actions being right or wrong and dogmatic followings. A champion of the sun god could butcher us village to the last under the view of them being irredeemably evil. Pray and heal themselves that evening and the morning to follow. Negotiation and even sometimes subjugation can be a favorable outcome to outright annihilation. But I do not judge the neutral gods and their singular values. I was such a person for a very long time. That being said, I would suggest visiting the Hobgoblin City. It is an efficient place and an overall fairly safe location. And your kind seems open-minded and accepting of those that are not of normal human, halfling, and the otherwise variety. Most still see things in race, as it were.
My kind, as in Serenite, halfling, whatever I am now. I guess technically
No.
Nephilim. I don't know anymore. It's
Race
been a
means,
weird 6 months.
Individual race means little in the grand scheme. I met you and your
Serious.
companions.
Would I know where the Hobgoblin City is?
Yeah, it's basically around the north edge of this area between near Mathis and another city. It's like right between two areas. I'm supposed to O. It's like Orgar, Oprak.
Bornstein.
Bearstein.
Here comes the schmo.
Oreo and s'mores.
Oh, delicious.
Yeah, Oprak? I think it's what it is. Oh my god. Between Nadal and near Mathis. You go no Nadal is north west of you.
Oh.
And near Mathis is almost directly above you. Nadal is along the eastern border of Ravenel, which Kintargo's in. Ravenel is the nation. And you know that is just north of Cheliax, which is directly to your guys' west.
Should check back in on them.
So anyway, Shoxi was like, well, Do you have any further questions I could answer for you? Otherwise, I have a lot to do today. I should be able to finalize the temple's reconstruction, and then I need to converge with the council. Their meeting time is not long from now.
I can't think of anything else at the moment, but thank you for sharing, or not sharing, but giving me some insight into your particular worship.
Thank you for letting me share in your time of revelry. If I do not see you before then, I will see you tomorrow morning at the same time. Assuming you guys have not departed back through your elf gates once more.
I'm not sure what our current timing plans are for that, but thank you.
During your resurrection ritual, I made a point to show your dwarven guest and your eastern wizard the bed area you guys have in the southern part of your keep. Yesterday, while you guys were occupied, I led them into town so they could eat.
Thank you so much. I
have
know
been
that it takes a full day, but it really never feels like it until afterwards. So I kind of forget.
I am familiar with the loss of time to ritual casting. And with that, she heads down the stairs, and she would venture out into the what's it called? Towards Breach Hill itself. Lorelei, you were able to go down the hill, cut through the city, pop out the south side, and it is a short walk to the woods. While you'd been notified that the fire would likely burn for a few days, it does seem greatly diminished. Well, pretty much it seems out, save some smoldering from recent embers, and a bit of smoke still rising from the center of the area that had burned.
Okay. When is this due?
Let's see.
I will travel along the edge where it seems to be stopping and help, like, just manually help make sure the smother any embers that are still there. To make sure it stops. Because I don't have the only water spell I have is Hungry Depths, and I mean, it is water, so I mean, if there's nobody in there to take damage and plunge into it, would it count as, because then I can move it, but
with your knowledge of nature and you being a flame druid in particular, you know the process to safely extinguish this fires of this side without effort.
okay.
You're able to get everything from dirt to areas that are completely burned away and just smother it You have made and extinguished a countless number of fires in your time.
I will check on the trees. The ones that are still like standing, the ones that are like slightly charred but not completely gone. And also look at the ones that have been burnt up to see if anything, if they're at all salvageable or not. And I'll use my like speak with plants to like talk with them. get a update
All right.
on how they're doing.
A great number of trees are just simply no longer there, or and most of those have collapsed under the weight of themselves, of them being burnt down to nothing.
I would look for like any seed pods or anything that's like in the ground that's dropped, anything salvageable. But yeah.
You would know that there's the possibility of things that have been burrowed or left under, like, you know, rooted into the soil, this, that, and the other, crushed under things that might still exist.
Mm-hmm.
The speaking to plants, the trees that have been charred, like blackened but still stand, you know, would still have, very likely have a living core to them. And when reaching out with speak with plants, you can tell they are in agonizing pain.
Okay. Okay.
They will live, but they are damaged.
Used.
If you actually use the spell, what's it called? Do you use it as the third or the fourth version? Or do you have something else that gives you something similar?
It's from my Bright Bloom posy, so I've activated it. I can only activate it once, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, once per day. I can do the speak with plants with it. So that's why I get like
Yeah.
Soothing Blossoms or Tanglefoot or Speak with Plants. So
all right, so you get so it'll last for an hour. If you have any questions for the burnt plants, you may ask them.
okay. I'll ask if most of the animals and Fae had cleared out when I told them to before we left. If most of them were out of the area when the fire happened.
The response you get from the burnt woods around you essentially equates to the ones that chose to did.
Okay. And then if they know of any alive still around, if any of the trees have seen them, or if any of them are hiding in there or need help.
They anything alive would be to the south and the east.
So most likely injured,
Beyond the
but
burnt
we're able
line.
to flee. No,
The
like
one-
injured are left. That's what I mean.
No injured are left.
Okay.
If they chose to leave, they left before the blaze came. If they chose to stay, they did not survive.
Got cooked.
All right. Okay, then I will spend the time just, like I said, I smother any smolderings left around. I talk with the plants. I will go farther in, but first I will stay here and make like a little commune ritual area kind of in the middle of everything, of the burned area, and be praying. I have my mistletoe, holly and mistletoe that I can hold on to. And I will just be trying to like put life back into the ground and hopefully help the trees as well by using what is it? Using vitality energy. So right now I have heal. That's kind of the best one. I have like stabilize or cauterize, but I don't think those will help. I can do flourishing fauna. Again, there's nobody here to damage. But plants rapidly grow from the ground. So let's see. Yeah, I could do flowers. I could do cacti, fruit, or roots. Just in like a burst.
Yeah.
So let's see. I can do that a couple of times in areas just to sort of get the soil churning,
Yeah.
I'll do the flowers.
Oh.
And then I'll be using my heal as well to put actual vitality energy into the trees and the soil while I pray.
So as you throw a few little 10-foot diameters of flourishing flora, vibrant purple toxic flowers arise, and they grow readily, eating from the debris and fallen life that re-nurtures the soil, leaving large patches of nightshade around the in the areas you cast it.
Bedtime.
That's exactly what Nightshade is for.
Yes,
It only
and
does
then
damage though equal to your level.
Dang.
So I'm trying to also just practice of trying to, get spontaneous like plant life to grow, like in a more permanent sense. So I'm also,
One of the things, barring any other specific magic stuff you would have.
heal. I'm using heal. The 6th level heals.
Yeah.
The like 3 action to do the the emanations.
Yeah, makes sense. You would
Cover some trees.
there's no immediate signs, but you would hear, because you still have speak with plant going, a sigh of relief from the plants in your immediate vicinity when you throw they don't immediately look much different, but you can tell they have a sense of ease. And you were given a vibe from the plants that they know in time they'll recover. They simply need to eat and let time pass, but their immediate wounds and damage under the chart areas seems to have been healed.
Okay. Yeah.
This kind of stuff doesn't necessarily encourage plant growth, but essentially the wounds that the tree still had, at least in your area, would be affected. You know the damage is large and sweeping, so you're only able to affect little pockets here and there.
Yeah, but it's more like ease the pain. The scars will be there, but like help me just like heal the earth. And because I'm active, like I'm doing the like vitality spells, then the like flowers in my hair and stuff will like bloom and like come out before going down.
And you would get like in the air, even around the areas you cast your various healing spells and your flourishing flora, you'd notice there are little tiny sprouts that are left where there had not been before.
Okay. And yeah, I'll spend quite a bit of time out.
Yeah. This
Here
is, I can see a whole day activity of this easily.
Propagating the soil to also help encourage new growth later, before eventually making my way farther in to the unburned area to look for any injured fae or animals that need help.
Go ahead and make one more nature check, because with your level of nature knowledge, you would know the way to tend and groom soil to encourage growth. All right. Jump to the people now real quick. All right, Flynn, you woke up. You actually would have woken up and been able to leave and do your thing while the two clerics were still doing their hour of preparation. How do you start your day? Sure enough, around the same time you wake up, Belmazog has also woke up, and they seem as though they're preparing to gather their other Mwangi denizens.
Not like she woke up at the same time as you or anything.
Okay.
For a long part of the time, they pretty much did every time Flynn was here. So they seem to be on a schedule.
So I climb to the top of my tower, and then I jump off over the wall.
Okay, bye.
And see how fast I could run to town.
More, you would probably be doing a cat conversation, and you see Flynn just.
Like that there was a brief moment where Moira was distracted, and she just watches Flynn.
There's parkour.
All right.
Man, it's gonna be the death of me.
It is. You were a mile out of town. It takes you probably a minute, maybe two. I'm not sure what your speed is per hour, but you're fast.
So I mean, my walking speed is 4.5 miles per hour.
Oh god. So yeah, like probably a minute.
3 movements would be, what'd that be? 135. So 13.5 miles per hour.
Power walking, really.
That'd be my 3 movement speed. If I'm trying to run as fast as possible.
How many feet in a mile?
Funny thing is, it's actually
That's
overall
very
not that fast.
Yeah.
Isn't that walking speed?
He said that was his max move speed.
In a round, I can go 135 feet.
Usain Bolt can run over 20 miles per hour easy.
Mm-hmm.
He's
There's
not a monk.
I don't think there's any sprinting.
No,
thing
there's no
in Pathfinder,
sprint
so
speeds.
Yeah.
so people in this world just got slower.
Slow down.
Kick her in the face with your energy legs.
When we get energy legs in this world.
They died with the
Some
Atlanteans.
Barbarians get a sprint.
Because even hasted, you would like add 25% movement speed on top of that, which would what
Nope.
increase it by
Doesn't
4.
affect me.
Oh, haste doesn't affect you.
My bonus to speed for my monk class is considered status, and haste is considered status. So it does not stack with haste.
You don't get the bonus stride.
Oh, I guess I get the stride. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. You would get a 25% or 33% increase to your speed. So you would get roughly, again, yeah, like around a little over 4 miles per hour. Hasted monk, you are still slower than a
it'd be-
Usain Bolt.
16, 18 miles per hour at that point.
Yeah, but still slower than 20.
Yep. Even with a magical spell. But this reality is different.
Usain Bolt's top
I will-
speed was 23.35 miles per hour.
Flint
Which
has
is
nerds.
203.5 feet per round.
Thinking about this, you were 100% right, and I'll say, and you can use this whenever. If you use 3 actions to run in a straight line, I will give you a bonus action of movement. That makes a lot of sense.
You're still slower.
I'm still slower. Without magic.
I mean, fair.
I know. It's for game balance, but it's like it
Yeah,
kind
I
of
know.
sucks. You are insanely strong in this game compared like to an average
Oh, yeah.
person. Like you can punch dragons out,
I can
but you can't
balance
outrun
on
a
air.
real world human.
I can balance on thin air. Like literally, I balance on thin
Yeah.
air. And it's like, nope,
I can already
that
hear
guy's faster.
Ko's brain trying to make this work.
But I mean, he just picked up the run feed, I guess. I don't
That's
have the run feed.
Usain Bolt was there before Path 2 came out.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But
fair.
technically, that's how it works in P1. You run at 4 times speed. If you pick up the run feed, you run at 5
Yeah,
times.
5
speed.
times. Yep.
So, and 5 times speed would put me at about Usain. So,
I mean, the difference
Yeah,
is you
and
can run for a hell of a lot longer than he can. He just runs a hell of a lot faster.
But and the things you have to run back and forth, back forth, back forth, back forth, you fucking kick his ass.
Usain Bolt's like, all right, $100. I can do this 100 meters faster than you.
oh, well, then I'll just be sure to pick up the abundant step feat.
There you go.
Huzzah.
And then I do it faster than he does. Actually, no, I don't. That's right. They nerfed abundant step in this one, which is why I never picked it up. You teleport up to your speed
Oh.
as a single action.
Yeah, it seems like weird that you could literally zigzag or, at the same exact speed as you can just like straight run in a booking straight line. So
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I agree.
combo movement. It's not like a sprint. There's actually, I think animals get for them it's a four-legged run or something like that. So they get a bonus movement for moving faster, the awakened animals. But they have to literally feed into it. It's not a perfect system. Obviously. I mean, clearly the conversation is that, but I mean, it's combat movement, so that's why 3 movements of it, you're still allowed to be super nimble, effectively zigzagging at that speed and take 3 movements on it. But yeah, if the home ruling a straight line sprint bonus is, I mean, makes sense to me.
There's been a number of times in the campaign where like the party's split and one part of the party is running to get to the other party, and this would make sense for those situations.
Yeah.
So, heck, I mean, when you guys were in Cantargo, there was a couple of times you were just sprinting through the city, and like stuff like this would affect that. So,
Oh yeah, barbarians get furious sprint. 2 actions, stride up to 5 times your speed, or 8 times if you use 3 actions.
Yeah. So yeah, you have to
Must be in a straight line.
hard, and
It's a
so,
10th level feat.
barbarian, fucking barbarian. You have to level 20 any other class or be a 10th level barbarian.
so, but cool. This is why these conversations are productive. It's also nice hearing like your people are like talking and like there's kind of like this could be better. I'm like, you're right, it could.
Yeah.
And now it is.
Is if you sprint, it's 4 times. Straight line.
Yeah. Huzzah. So, you are able to clear, we'll say, to Breacho within like a minute. As what's it called?
That's really fast.
It's 60 miles an hour.
That's 60 miles an hour.
Just over a minute. Give or take. You don't have a stopwatch. You get there fast.
I'm
You
counting.
get there very, very fast. What's it called? As you're getting there, you would see that you haven't seen them, as you guys have been horrifically occupied, but Sar would have seen them leaving. Actually, no, Sar wouldn't. They leave earlier. The Hell Knight you have made acquaintance with more than once. Alec is at the gate along with another Breacho guard already standing duty when you arrive.
I'll wave to him, slowing down as I get into the city as to not, create problems or
Yeah.
trouble or make people upset, even though I'm fast enough to be able to dodge the.
You dodge the haters.
Yeah.
The northern part of the city is not immensely active in the morning anyway. The most lucrative business there being Roxy's, and that's more of a night business. It's more of an evening night business. Bar ain't open yet, not even close. You're probably closer to its closing time than you are its opening. But you arrive in the city.
Well, I'm gonna go look for books.
All right.
It's a couple books. Bill wanted more books on the gods and stuff, and so I'll get her lawful good gods and lawful neutral gods. And maybe good luck, like the upper left quadrant.
All right. You guys own the bookstore.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll go browse our bookstore and I'll buy it because I don't want to just take shit off the shelf.
All right. Well, your store isn't open yet, and you don't have the key.
Oh. Then I'm gonna go sit outside the store and work out. Push-ups, sit-ups, practice
Alright.
jumping off stuff.
As you're getting going, more than one farmer or other people who work outside the town who were inside moving in to do business would actually stop and hail you, asking how your travels have been, thanking you for that one time you fixed the fence. The barn has been so much better since you helped put the walls back up. and at least 4 different individuals who actually spent time with what's it called, come by and thank you, and offer you fresh fruits and vegetables for your morning workout.
All right. Cool. Yeah.
By the time that your one-hand shopkeep arrives, you have been at least given 2 meals worth of food. And
Actually,
everything from everything from zucchini to potatoes, some, and so on and so forth. Some of them probably could be cooked, but I don't know if you need to cook food anymore. You're Flynn. You could probably eat a potato like an apple.
Or turn it into bread.
I believe Flynn is so efficient with his food, not only would he eat it, he would intentionally store it as fat.
Well,
It would be strategically located to just make him look more flattering and to still be burned off efficiently. Just total nonsense.
because it only takes me 10 minutes to recover my key points. A key point. I'll just use my key point to create fire, burning. My key strike to create burning hands to do flame damage. I just cook it that way.
You are literally doing I'm slapping this chicken until it's cooked.
Yeah.
It's like probably just like a short burst of flame, but if I cut it into if I break it up into small enough pieces and I do it enough times, it'll probably be cooked.
Yeah, it's flash cooked, unseasoned potato, but it has full nutrition and it's honestly reasonably edible. As you finish, you have carrots, tomatoes, cucumber, and potatoes from the 4 different farmers that you helped in your time here.
Robbie and vegetables for breakfast.
At least I got one fruit.
Yeah, and they would share stories about various kids you met while you were there. The one cow that gave that one farmer a lot of trouble, but he's starting to get along better now. Turned out he had a rock in his hoof. I mean, that kind of peasant-y banter that goes along with living in the countryside. In particular, one of them would comment that the Serenites would probably be interested to hear about your guys' return. As many of them have been sleeping in sheds and whatnot on their farmland, with the tension that was in the city.
I'll have to let Mora know.
And yeah, Calmont would show up, and actually be surprised to see you. I thought I'd heard you guys were back, and the town seems to be burning less. As he opens the door to your guys' bookstore / adventuring hub.
Only for a few days, and because the town was on fire, literally. So.
Me, Ray, and the others, we went out to the farmers that you guys have been working with. They've been teaching my other Serenites how to do farming stuff, and we just kept our heads down, and
it's a good plan.
Luckily, our resident Hell Knight didn't cut off my other hand, so he didn't go crazy when the other one showed up. I don't think they were the same. Their symbols are different.
He comes back to correct that mistake.
You remind him.
No, you
I just
mentioned
wanted you to say that.
Well, from what I understand, there's many different factions of them. Similar to there's different religious cults.
So we have extreme punish law warding guys and tree burners. He actually looks around, actually kind of nervous as he makes the joke.
They should be gone by now. But
Okay.
they're crazy, so they might still have spies around. I say nonchalantly.
Well, put in a good word if you see one. I have but one hand to give. I needed to put the key in the door. He lets you into the shop. We've been just using the revenue that we've gotten from the occasional sale to handle stuff. Adventuring actual work has been kind of non-existent for a while. But when there has been something come up, we've just we use like the book money to do it. I take out, my few silver just to keep myself fed.
Yeah.
The goblin's order came in from Eladir not super long ago, and he points out like the fact that the shelves are actually very well stocked. And yeah,
Oh, I gotta look for a few things.
all right, yeah. Let's see. So, what's it called? Let's see, books you would find, and I'll throw them in Discord.
Look, I'm mostly looking for the religious books for her, and then books on society, like mostly nobility and laws, but maybe some general society too.
Do you comment at all what you're looking for to Calmont? Or are you gonna look?
I'm gonna look right now and see how organized the story is, see if I can find it easy.
Alright. There is books on the workings of what's it called, Ishgar, and there are several copies of the most up-to-date basically information on Ishgar, the nation you're in. From normal rules to points of like laws, points of interest, and the history of the aftermath of the Goblin Blood War. There is similar books for Cheliax. Let me actually pull this up. Ishkur, Cheliax, Nidal, Multhun, Daruma, and Andoran. There are details about those nations, and like I said, POIs, laws, trade routes.
No. I'll buy them all.
And then All right. He looks at you puzzled. Am I supposed to charge you? Like, this is weird.
Yeah, how much is it gonna be?
Oh. Do you guys get a discount?
No.
Oh. Okay, and he'd pull out his, basically what amounts to like an invoice-like paper, puts them all down, let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 silver each. They would come out to 2 gold, 5 silver. Each of the regional books are about 5 silver apiece. They were part of the thing that Grip pulled in.
Does that include the religious books?
Oh, no. The religious texts are cheaper. Oh, actually, no. The religious texts are like 1 gold. I think these are more expensive than I thought they would be. Never mind. I'll probably put those are the same thing. So 5 gold for those 5. And if you say you got 5, we'll say 5 different holy texts, so it'll be 10 gold even.
Okay.
And yeah,
There you go. Well,
Thank
just
you
to
for
keep the
doing
business running. If I don't pay for them, then you don't get paid, and we don't have money for adventuring. I can't just take money away from the system.
that's fair. I try to well, I'm hoping to stockpile a bit and then follow Grit's example of putting out for more books. You guys have your jungle elves that come by once in a great while. I bet I could actually have them pick up books. They do a long trade thing across the ocean or something.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. They go through desert alchemy lands, so they probably have books. I hope they don't they probably get boxes that don't get wet in the water in the ocean, right? I mean, people move things across the ocean all the time. They don't go bad. I don't think. Well, not early yet, anyway. Thank you for your business, Flynn. He says in like a formal way.
Does the shop look good? Like in good condition? Was able to find everything easy?
Everything is what's it called? Well maintained. And you notice there are there is a kind of taller ladder that is set up that wasn't there prior, that he's added, and it maybe could be dusted more, but everything's organized and sorted well and easy to find.
All right. I'll put another gold and say, here, this is for you for keeping our stuff running.
Oh, thank you.
Just a bonus
If I'm
on
honest,
whatever you're making already.
you're a way better boss than that crazy elf was. So thanks. I've been doing this a while. I guess off and on, I could say now. Neat. He takes the gold and kind of like contemplates it and says, all right, cool. Well, good luck. I look forward to hearing what you guys adventure through when you're done with whatever you're doing now. What's it called? You said you were talking to Moira. You should have Moira check in as well.
All right.
I'll probably be back to if is it good to sleep there again? I had just got a room set up. Okay, perfect. All right.
They shouldn't be raiding our keep anymore. But you never know.
Hell Knights, am I right?
Well, I'm out of here. I just take
Alright.
I go find Mora.
Alright. Giron.
Yeah.
Late morning comes, other groups out doing its thing. You wake up. What's it called? Your two children are having intense staring contests with their little animal companions.
What is this? You've been away from the family for just a short while and now you've already lost your mind.
They actually don't immediately respond to you, but after a second, without looking at you, Jyoti says, "Shh, I'm unlocking the magic within the lizard." The other one's saying, "Yeah, there's magic inside. We have to get it out in the morning."
Have you tried using knife?
Each of them grasp their small lizard companions, and each opposite directions turn them away from you. That's not how you do it, Dad. You don't understand.
What? Something wrong inside the creature, you cut it out.
It's not wrong. It's the shaman magic. The lizards tell us things. They actually say in unison.
You know, I still don't understand exactly what this is and why it happened. Can you explain to me where this all started?
Well, going back and forth, making different points, they would comment that before they had left the village, they would spend time in your guys' like burial yard and tribute area, and they would occasionally hear what they thought was voices. They would get ideas, and not long after you left, the voices told them they should go on their own adventure, and when they did so, each of them found a lizard over one of the graves of your guys' ancestors. And the lizard said they would go with them and teach them just how to adventure in the world and how to reach out and tap into the magic of their birth, of their origin, their ancestry.
You know, I'm always questioning of these things that just act as gifts. But if you say they are the ancestors, well, who am I to judge until something goes wrong?
They say that this is the fate of things, and that we are the chosen of this generation to keep things aligned with fate. You notice actually as the lizards actually crawl onto each of their shoulders, their forms change. One of them almost giving the impression giving you like a kind of a good vibe, like, but while the other one gives you exactly the opposite. But before you could even process, the lizards shift on their shoulders to each child's other shoulder, and the vibes you get actually change to be the exact opposite. The one that felt like a bad omen seeming to bring good fortune, and vice versa for the first one. It is a weird kind of sense that washes over you as you look at these little lizards.
When you get the magic out of them, you are both coming with me. We need to look into this. As your father, I can't let you just go and play with random magics.
Well, it's been working so far, but okay, we'll finish. And they go back to staring at the lizards, each of them looking now like more of a trinket than an actual living being as the children meditate with it. It's another 20 minutes or so before they both tell you in unison that they have finished.
So I feel this is a fun time to interject. Sherry referred to our cats as our familiars, to which I wholeheartedly agree. And it's funny because, you know, Bindy's my familiar, and she grants me spells like Eagle Splendor and Charm Person. Now, Basil, on the other hand, is a little more of a troubled familiar. He has an issue of casting spells directly on his master, and the spells happen to be Insight, Rage, and Confusion. But he's a good
That's awesome.
I thought this was a little tidbit about our activities. I thought y'all appreciate.
It's very effective, it seems. They're good little familiars.
Yep.
Well, with their lizards in tow or on their individual shoulders, we've never really talked to anyone about this. Our ancestral lizards do all the guiding, but if you want to talk to someone...
I am your ancestor. You get guided by me as well.
Yes, so we will... They both agree. Where are we going?
We are going into the human city.
The one over there?
Yes.
Okay.
That one. He points to it. Specifically, he wants to try to hunt down the Archmage dude.
The dwarf who came with you guys?
Yeah, didn't they say that she found him? Didn't Hazel find like housing or something for them there or whatever? Or was it just food?
What's it called? They've had food. They've actually been staying in your guys' keep in kind of like the guest room.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Then I misinterpreted. Okay.
Hours.
Then they would hunt down the Archmage then.
All right. Yeah, moving to the southeastern area of the keep that you guys mostly have set up for your big Akuje caravan that rolls through. There is a simplistic room set up for both the Archmage and Danesh, who is also a powerful wizard.
Yeah. Double the wizard.
Two wizards.
Gee, Bill, your dad let you have two wizards? Yeah, so Dron would approach the Archmage with his children in tow. The Manic one, I have interesting magics for you to observe.
Danesh is next to him and raises an eyebrow as the Archmage lights up. Excellent! I imagine you guys are done with your lot of casting?
There's always more casting to be had, but at least in this round we're finished.
Excellent. I probably should be getting back to Kovalar before too long, though I have learned quite a bit about this human frontier town. We've made sketches and catalogs of your various Ayudara and the elven statues and makes around it. But you had a question of sort.
Yes, at least another thing to keep you occupied while we regather and reconvene. These are my children, you see. This is Jito and this is Joti.
They both raise opposite arms and wave. Drupnata. Greetings, Joe's teas. Jito's.
Have
Yes.
Father's scales.
How can I be of assistance?
I have shared with you my ancestral magics of mild divination, and never in my life have I experienced what these two have experienced. These two seem to have adopted creatures that grant them magics, and I would like it if you would use your entertainment upon them.
Make a perception check.
Okie dokie.
All right. It's subtle and quick, but you notice a momentary look of disdain from Danesh as he seems to go back to getting his stuff together for the day, losing interest almost immediately in the conversation you're having. But Naruven gives a nod and well, certainly spontaneous coming of magic can come from a few different sources. I'd have to cross-reference what they know and can do with my catalog of spellcasting.
I'd appreciate it. Well, I do have 2 children. Perhaps you'd give kind of like a, I don't know, he'd probably just acknowledge the fact that he ignored Dinesh. If
That he
Dinesh you
ignored
are... No, that Duran ignored Dinesh.
Oh yeah.
If you are not of the busy, Dinesh could also use your assistance. I'm just not as familiar with you and your magics that I am with this one's obsessive passions.
Danesh, kinda, you notice him take a deep breath, still focusing on getting his stuff together without giving you guys eye contact, but he speaks out, lizard children, when you met your smaller lizard friends, did they ask you to make some sort of agreement? Both Joti and Jito nod their head. Yeah, to pursue fate and help guide it on its course. The answer not seeming to satisfy Danesh in the least, as he just again lets out an audible breath. Your children have made a pact with some sort of otherworldly being, like hopefully benign if you were incredibly lucky, but likely with an ulterior motive, and is now exchanging a percentage of its its knowledge and abilities with your offspring. In the academic world, we simply dub it witchcraft, or sometimes hedge wizardry, though that can sometimes be improperly linked to druidism as well. It is a magical shortcut, if I may say so, where beings of mysterious origin make unclear deals with mortals who crave power. Joti and Jito give you a look as though they are worried they did something wrong.
Well, how may I contact this being, this entity?
You can't. They probably can't. Well, actually, I can guarantee they can't. Beings who give this sort of shortcut magic to people could be everything from devils to fae to Lord knows what else. It is not Nethys's way, but is more common in less civilized areas of the world. No offense intended, of course.
No.
When we teach at the school I did my education in, we are told to avoid such creatures, never make such pacts, and they are to be reported to higher wizardry if such beings are found in our lands. Some areas of the Far East, the act of being known to have formed such a communion with such a creature is punishable, sometimes by extreme measure.
I see, and he'd give his kids a look.
They still have that, like, oh, are we in trouble?
He kind of like zone in on the little lizards on their shoulders. Can they think? Are they of sapient mind?
Each of them shift again. Again, the bad feeling you sense on one seeming to move to the other, and a good sense shifting to the opposed. As unison, all four of them nod.
He'd like lean back, kind of like stand upright. Good. And he would place his hand upon my brain shut down. He would place his hand upon time of need and make an attempt to intimidate the familiars.
Alright, make an intimidate check.
Okay. So he would retrieve time of need and fucking slam it into the nearest thing that won't break time of need. As a show of force to gain a +2.
Oh god.
And then he would point it between the two and you will confide in my children. Rerolling that. Fuck that.
Alright.
You have two hero points +4 reroll.
Heck yeah, okay.
You will confide in my children.
Wait.
Oh, I was diplomacy too, so I mean, it would have been.
Yeah, go do you roll. I was like, the number's
Yeah.
lower.
Apparently, I actually clicked diplomacy.
No worries, no worries.
Gosh, I really would like to roll more than single digits.
It would be nice.
It would be
Yeah.
nice. So, I mean, it would be a 28 intimidate.
Just you roll intimidate, and that makes sure you add the +4 to it.
Oh yeah, they didn't even have the +4. What the fuck, anyway?
No worries.
God.
All right. Luckily, you're dealing with creatures that are way lower level than you, so that's still likely to be a critical success.
You'll confide in my offspring the true identity of their masters.
The lizards actually look to one another and then seem to cower, disappearing into the garments of both of your kids, who are also now visibly shaking at your display.
You would sigh. We cannot just assume on these magics. If our friend here, who I am to believe is very versed in magics, says that there's concerns to be had, you will both take active concerns when dealing with your lizards until you know who their true master is. Is this understood?
They both nod rapidly. Danesh, speaking up. The Archmage actually just at this point taking notes, having a book out, making little notes himself. But Danesh speaks out. You won't get much out of them. They're like a tool. So, as a proper wizard, when we create a familiar, we take part of ourselves and we spin it into a small creature of some sort that serves as our companion and gives us a host of benefits and is a tool for us to use. Which is essentially whatever their being is, did that and then give it away as a gift. But it's up to the person who made the pact to kind of work to unlock the abilities of their familiars. It's not the same as a proper familiar, as is, again, a gift, much like their power. It's basically a tool. The lizards are essentially like about as helpful as, or about as formed as your lances, able to do a lot when wielded, but you're not gonna get much out of it by itself. Even if you were to pull the things out of their clothes and crush them, both kids giving him a horrified glance, the being that they made this deal with would just create a couple new ones and send them back to the kids. They'd be here by the next day. It doesn't even honestly take a lot of their effort, as the familiars are puppets as well as the casters.
Well then, Sir Dinesh, could I convince you to take upon your first job since returning from undeath? I would pay you for this.
You've paid me enough. Let me work with... Wait. I'm already like 2 steps ahead of. What was your request?
I would like you to guide my children to find that answer.
Okay, yeah. I can at least do questioning and just. I wish I had all my books. Null Ruben actually would speak up. We have some documentation of this back in the the Mage Guild at home. If though how wise it is trying to navigate your children in a Kovlar would Dinesh just shakes his head. I just need to remember. I'll ask them questions. I should be able to at least narrow down a concept of whatever they made a deal with, and that might be as good as you're going to be able to do until they themselves mature their powers. I'll take the day doing that. I think I've learned everything I can learn from this, from Breach Hill in the last day or so. And I don't have the resources to continue my scrollcraft and spellbook making here. I could, but it'd just be much, much slower. So yeah, I'll take the day and give you what information I can by sunset. No payment is necessary.
Yeah, it is appreciated, Sir Dinesh.
Yep.
As for you two,
They rigid.
you will be responsible. No casting unless it is to defend yourselves.
They both nod their heads in unison.
Good. There are too many innocents around this area for you to make mistakes. Your lives may not be the only ones at risk around these creatures.
One thinks to retort, but the other one stops them, and they just simply nod.
Know that I do not disapprove of this acquisition, but I am to be wary. This is all. There is no... I have no displeasure with you. You are, after all, my family. A family that I need to protect.
Oh. Dinesh would comment, I would simply keep your gifts a secret lest they be learned by a company that does not value your art form.
Oh, is this of something that the new small one would disapprove of?
I don't think anyone around in this area would care, but you'd hate to run into a area that has that puts a death sentence on witchcraft, and then oops you out, and then oops you get your head cut off.
These are not good oops.
Nope. I can't condone lying, but I can condone being quiet.
Understood. Do you two understand this? What Sir Dinesh says?
They both nod rapidly.
Good. You will work to hone this magic in a safe space. But for now, I had already made my point.
They nod. Alright. Next. Grit, you there?
He has muted himself.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. It just took me forever to get to the unmute button. Sorry. Yes, I am.
Very good. I just said that to make sure that you knew you were muted.
Oh, yes.
It is good, but there's some fancy people to mute themselves, talk, and then not realize they're muted in this Discord.
Yeah. I realize I have a habit of like, ooh, I like to interjectingly stutter out something like, I have poor impulse control, but I do have a mute button.
Understanding your weaknesses and copying to them is one of the greatest skills one can obtain.
Alrighty.
All right. What's it called? You're finally done being asleep. It has the sun's moved into the sky. You've spent way too much time casting, but you feel you're finally rested.
Alrighty. Time for a big breakfast. Making sure that, everyone's okay, that nothing went super sideways while I slept, and nothing actually went critically wrong. And then cool. Get a big breakfast and or second breakfast. I'm not sure if breakfast first. Make sure everyone's okay. Second breakfast. And yeah. We'll proceed about my day in that order.
All right. What's going on? Getting up the stairs, you would smell food coming from the south. And sure enough, what's it called? Instead of just having beasts be caught and butchered into central courtyard, you're now like kind of big game hunting area, and like kind of like large lecture hall and teaching area. The coalition of Charukos, Bogards, kobolds, and goblins have moved to begin butchering, carving, and cooking things in the kitchen area of your keep. And heading towards that way, when you get to the large dining room, you would notice most of them are now actually sitting at long cafeteria-style benches. Large slabs of meat and mushrooms on the various wooden plates.
Hey. They made themselves awesome at home here. Great. Rick follows his nose to the kitchen area to go to the serving area.
All right. Belmazog would note you as you approached. We've picked up some habits from the coastland, and the dwarves have restored similar areas in your guys' castle, so we thought to put them to use since our return.
You've done. I'm proud of you. The food looks good. The place looks great, and I mean, what's the use of having all these walls if you don't get good use out of them? Good use out of what you can put in them.
It is important that we learn ways to really adjust to the human lands. Your comrades on the coast were generous in their teachings.
Great face kind of goes between a mix of a smile before sterning up. Yeah. Around here they're going to be a bit more stern, but on that notion, y'all seem to be up for the task. And like I said, I say it jokingly, but in all honesty, I'm proud of you. You're doing really good work. You're holding up your leadership role very well.
Bell would repeat in a audible voice in Mwangi, which I think you speak, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Then that Grit has voiced he is proud of our adjustments, and there is a cheer that rings out to match the goblins who are already kind of like nodding and happy. They already kind of had this shit down.
Yeah.
So, and then in Mwangi, they would repeat, "Make sure we clean up after we are done, so this pride may continue."
Yeah.
Already at the near the west side of the room, there is a couple areas with like basins of water and rags that those who are finishing are cleaning their plates and utensils and taking them to the room over that you guys use for storage.
Yeah, Grit is loving the structure here. The plans on trying to get them not to be bored and farming and all that. No, that was definitely fast forwarded with their trip to the coast. This will be great. Actually, on that notion, Grit remembers. So we'll actually take some time and plan out. The areas around here are good for farming. And setting up other, there's also the nearby lake. If you want to continue farming habits or learning the farm trade or learning fishing around here, there's actually ample opportunities to do that as well.
The Saren Ray followers have moved to help the farmland. I had conversed with the elder, and I think fishing and doing more with the food we hunt would be smart. And she would actually lead you into the kitchen area, which you were heading to anyway.
Oh, absolutely.
And note that unlike all the prior times before, they've taken pains to actually remove the skin of the creature before butchering it down for meat.
Hey. Excellent. Grit would actually be... I am happy to show you... I'm certain you already have a wealth of things, but if I can show you any other tips or tricks, we can repurpose every last bit of this.
There are ways humans better the quality of the corpse that I don't know. My people have always simply taken the skin off and use it as such. But if you can better the body.
It's called tanning. I believe it's called tanning. And yes, I would be thrilled to teach you, and if not being able to teach you myself, get you the resources to learn tanning.
Yeah, that Zelia, the elder of the coast, that was the word she used.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know the idea of it. I've never done it. I could probably figure it out. But I also know the people around here that do it as a trade. I'm certain they'd be happy to help.
We should set it up in your spider companions area. I think it would be fitting, and I imagine he was talented at such.
Grit nods enthusiastically. John John would heartily approve, and it would be very fitting.
I did not know that
Absolutely.
went well, but he, like Flynn, took efforts to end Dahak's influence. I would learn more of him if you would share.
I would share. He is a strange one, but a brave hero. And
I remember the complication in his ritual. At this point, I can kind of relate.
I get a feeling he's you don't make a habit of making sure the people around you are safe by body blocking unless you've learned how to get really tough. And he had good humor and he was tough. He also had a chip against the shoulder against slavers. So
It is a shame he was not tough enough and such happened to him. I can relate with this as well.
Yeah. I got lucky, what's it called? And I think he grip points to Ubek. That one brained me really good when we first met. Very, very lucky, but he didn't spill my brains on the floor. I am not gonna lie, he's got an arm on him. Unfortunately, John got brained more than once. That's the complications of being an adventurer. Sometimes, though, but from what I hear, he is walking again and serving some quest of some sorts to his lady. You know what? Thank you. This reminds me. I'm gonna go pester him. We've been so busy breaking up a criminal syndicate, but when I'm done with that, I've definitely got to bother him more.
The scale ritual you all performed yesterday demands I learn.
I will say I love the broadness of that sentence. There is always something to learn.
It is
the road, experiences.
I don't understand completely, but when the ritual finished, I had this knowledge from it that I have to learn a great deal and become stronger, or the shadow will return. It's not curious, it's demanded of the scale magic.
Grit nods. Logically, that would make sense. So, in a short amount of time, we've had a breadth of. I am young and I am a wizard and I am talented with a blade. And I have grown mighty in a short period of time. The breadth of knowledge that us being an adventurer us being adventurers, I think made me stronger, not just in mind, but he kind of taps over at his chest where Belle's handprint would be as well.
Yep.
So
It's actually on display.
Yep. The Grit puts his hand on his chest in a similar manner. I'm thinking it's it's telling you we gotta fill you with experience. We gotta fill you with meta-wise, we gotta fill you with experience. But
If you wish to gain insight on Belle's commentary, you will need to find someone who is at least an expert in religion or nature.
ooh, I will absolutely know someone. All right. I would love to go over the books with you. You know, I'll say this. I think I'm kind of a weird one. I'm one that I would love to share all my knowledge with. But there's one thing I'm actually awful with. I'm not good at I'm good at books, and I'm good at knowing what's in a religious book, but I'm not good at reading between the lines. I use a lot of allegory and fable. Moira is amazing. Yeah.
They are fated to their sun god in ways that were similar to myself and to Hawk, but more healthy.
Mm-hmm. They trade in the weight of beliefs, whereas my spellbook trades in the weight of enough bat guano to make a fireball. I don't understand how much a belief weighs. I do know how to work a scale, though. So but for all of that, I also do know how to swing a blade. And so you know, when the books fail, there's always strength of arm.
Strength is important.
But I would love to. I would love to, and I'll get it arranged up with Moira. When I'm doing that, I'll also we'll get the tanning station set up and resources to learn tanning.
Good. I will await. I will make sure this area is left clean. And yeah, you guys are able to eat, and then where are you off to next?
Grit's actually going to start checking in with Moira. It's about what? I'd say what, 10:30, 11?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to check in with Moira. Hi, good morning. Morning. Yeah, morning. Hi.
Hey. Hi. Morning.
Moira, after you finished your meditation and whatnot, what was your plan?
Moira would actually head over to the chapel area and find one of the extra Sarenrae books. 'Cause I assume we had more than just enough for the congregation,
Yeah,
right?
you got it. You invested in like a decent amount to get several. You notice your congregation is still gone.
Yeah. I'll be heading into town eventually, but Belle did ask for a Sarenrae book, so Moira will grab one and do the thing and put a story of her own in the back of it. Actually, she'll do two.
Neat.
Specifically, Calamont and Balmazog redemption stories.
Nice. One quick AFK.
What I love about that detail, it really feels like when you give a kid a book that has about themselves. Here you go. I'm the main character.
I think that's really neat for the Saren Ray books, though. It's
It is actually. That's really cool.
Put in your own personal stories, and then it's like a hand-me-down. They just keeps getting the stories added.
Yeah. Love it.
Baby. Hey. Yes. Baby.
Back. I need to pee real quick. So you got you're able to get the book for Bell. What else are you up to? You're still a few hours earlier than some people.
Oh, let's see, and at this point, Belmazog is
Would be out hunting.
okay. Yeah, not gonna try to hunt her down during that. It's roughly like, I don't know, 7, 8, would you say, at this point?
Yeah, something like that.
While I'm at the keep, I should definitely give the puppers some enrichment time.
Yes.
Because they are such good boys.
The dogs will be occupied until people show back up. But then, Unmei, the sun finally annoys you enough in the tower where you probably could get up if you really wanted to. If Unmei is there.
Muted. So, I know you said, we can quickly retrain at the keep. How long does it take to retrain at the keep?
Once you have your appropriate class all finished, it like drastically increases.
I think it's
the
one
pay.
day of work, is what you said.
Yeah. I think it's all in the Pathfinder sheet, but I don't know if the occult one's up yet. But it's one of the perks of getting all those actually finished and built. Yeah, the occult one isn't finished yet, and actually would need someone helping to build it, who is at least an expert in occult.
Well, then I guess my entire day is going towards building that because I need to retrain.
All right. Yeah, progress in that is good and useful for you guys to put time into. I will say, what's it called? What are you retraining? Is it a class feat?
Well, takes a week.
Oh, a spell?
Yeah.
Takes a week? Okay. Yeah, I'll say if you're using your whole day on it, Is part of the retraining process. I will give you 2 days of progress per. Basically, spending 8 hours freaking working on the place, 8 hours retraining. Will give you basically 2 days worth of progress. It'll be like a day once it's done, but you're basically able to use some of the resources that are in there to like help you. But it's like a 5% done workstation. The materials are laying around, but it's by no means built. But either way, it'll help you basically double the progress because you guys have invested the money, or at least the materials around to help you in your process. All right, perfect. And I'll note that. What? In fact, being that you were here and actually working on stuff, the dwarves who have been working on your keep and working on various projects offer to aid you in the manual work of building it, if you'd like. Doing all like the heavy lifting and the stoneworking and everything else to like turn this ancient, decrepit room into a occult, psiotic laboratory. If you would like, Unmei.
Yeah, of course.
Cool.
I am buff.
Right? Well, they would work with it, and they would complain about the Basani brothers the entire time. There's a lot of, goddamn knew it! Them bitches are fucking devils. Rorisk and his crew, annoyed and validated as they work hard to do the manual work as you use your expert skills in occult stuff to begin setting up your dials, the runes on the wall and whatnot that go into building this place. Alright, Grit, you're able to meet up with Moira. And you guys can continue there.
Yeah. I let Moira know. As Belle is done really wonderfully, actually getting herself set up, setting up shop. She's taking, so she said something weird that you probably want to, like, she kind of wants to talk more about her faith, but she, something to the effect that she was, after the ritual, was imbued with knowledge, that she needs to accumulate more knowledge, or the darkness will return. Mean anything to you?
Imbued with
Moira, you can make it.
knowledge, or imbued with a sense of dread that if she didn't, that would happen?
You can make a
Knowledge.
religion check if you wish.
Yeah, religion check. Semantically, she said a knowledge.
Tomazog's kind of dumb.
Yeah.
It's okay. Good rolls aren't for high skill checks aren't for good rolls.
Yeah.
So you would know that what the scales do is they cast a modified version of the atonement spell, a ritual, and act as a catalyst for the ritual. Yeah, Moira?
Yeah.
As part of an atonement ritual, a special quest or other task is given by the chosen deity that backs the ritual's casting. And before the atonement ritual is truly complete, they must complete this task they've been given. So what you would gather is Iori is literally given Belmazong a task to accrue knowledge and strength.
She was still going. It's like the last episode of Next Generation.
Dun, dun, dun.
So she effectively needs to complete the task set to her by Iori. Which, considering them, that makes sense.
Well, connect knowledge or darkness returns. Well, the way I saw it, knowledge. I was thinking you get knowledge from a lot of things: books, road, travel. So, knowledge is experiences. She needs experience. Fill that brain up of hers. The scales tell me something is dangerously wrong with that section for her.
Shut up, reading is hard.
I mean, don't gotta be able to read to get knowledge. Let's get her some knowledge.
Yeah, Grit's well aware that one of his lights is broken as well, but we don't talk about that. Like,
Those lights are stupid. It's not me.
Yeah.
Fails.
We just gotta get her the picture books like Grit had.
yeah. I'll get her baby first spell book. It'll work great.
As Grit recites what he's noticed with Belmazog in the dining area, it would come to him over time, but you would pick it up immediately. Is one of the edicts of Iori is to help others perfect themselves and practice discipline. And it is very likely that this new change to them using the dining room, her enforcing them to clean up after themselves and keep everything tidy, is likely things she's picked up from Flynn's giving her the tomb, and possibly the fact that if she's under the active effective atonement spell, Iori has an eye on her specifically. The boon of this is if she would commit an action that goes against Iori's teaching, Iori will actually let them know.
Well, heck yeah.
To crippling pain.
Oh god.
Possibly.
I was about to say, not outright punish, but hey, that's make that right.
You would know that specific effect, the fact that Iori has their eye on Belmazog specifically, is due to your critical success of the ritual.
Oh.
Or no, sorry. Due to Flynn's critical success of the ritual, not you. I forgot, Flynn was the main caster.
Yeah, not you.
Sorry, you didn't do that one.
I just oversaw. Make sure people stayed hydrated.
Yeah, for 1 month, Belmazog will receive divine insight if she would move to perform a act that is an anathema to Iori. Which is a super cool aspect of a critical success in a ritual. That's neat as fuck.
Especially on a ritual where, it's like, all right, gotta get some good habits going on. Oh, this guy's talking shit. I'm gonna beat his ass, and fuck, I'm not allowed to beat his ass, am I? God.
Alright.
That's pretty awesome.
Well, as you guys contemplate stuff, we'll jump back over to Lorelei. This has been a whole segment of individual stories. as the keep tends to be. Lorelei, you were heading deeper into the woods to check on the well-being of the animals that are there.
And the Fae, yeah.
And the Fae. Well, go ahead and make a nature check and a survival check. And yeah, okay, that works. Lorelai come on the rolls. All right. So as you look through, you would notice that moving into the forest, this area of the woods seems actually completely devoid of Fae, benevolent or malevolent. Whether it was just the fire that caused such, or something else that may have happened.
I also have lore Fae.
I was gonna say you could make and then you rolled a 38 on your check, and it was no longer necessary.
Oh, okay.
So you don't know if they simply left due to the fire, or the possibility that the Hell Knight's presence might have had an influence, be it directly, indirectly, violent, or wariness. But you do not sense any Fae here. But you do find very large footprints eventually looking into the woods. There is in some of the actually burnt areas, reflecting that the creature likely remained or entered into the area during the fire, there is signs of an owl bear.
Yeah, I know before we left, I was warning both the animals and the Fae to, like, clear the area. And then, yeah. But I'm assuming, yeah. Probably Hell Knights.
Well, you also gave a lot of things warning, so most things left. And you were influential.
I forget if I visited their, like, champions. Their animal champions in the forest that the animals
never
were talking
got
about.
a chance to.
Or I sent off
messages to the birds.
I thought I sent them, like, little things to give them for, like, the plants and things to look for to help, like, pain. To, like, just, like, little basic instructions to give to their champions. But yeah. So.
Unfortunately, animals are super dumb.
Yeah. I was just like, look for these. These help with ouch.
I love working with animals, but that 2 intellect score is what's brutal.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I will.
This is the first time you've seen of said owl bear that was referenced by the logging company.
Okay, so it didn't get as far as I would have wanted it to go. So are there any animals around me? Smaller ones?
Moving into the woods, there is a good berth between the fire line and when you actually start seeing signs of life again. You walk, several dozen feet before you start noticing, like, birds again, like rodents and chipmunks, the like. But maybe 100 or 200 feet past the fire, you start to see signs of life again.
Okay, and the tracks keep going further in.
They go deeper into the woods.
Okay. I will ask. I'll ask a bird around somewhere if they've seen, like, the owlbear and if it looks hurt.
They reply yes to both.
Okay. Then I will simply keep following the tracks.
All right. A few hundred feet deeper into the woods, you eventually find a burrow. Kind of a knoll that goes into the ground with a large opening, large enough to fit such a creature.
Okay. I will look in. I still have some dark vision left. I haven't reacclimated. And yeah, do I see or hear anything?
Looking in, as you step in, I imagine you're not going out of your way to be stealthy.
No, I'd also like call out to the owlbear as I'm looking in, trying to see if they're in there or not.
All right. The creature moves to emerge. Most of its feathers are blackened, if not burned away completely, and there is blood spattered over its beak and surrounding face area, indicating it has killed something somewhat recently.
I'm gonna approach calmly.
It approaches
And-
you menacingly.
I'm gonna say.
He's just standing there.
The Force told me about their champion.
Let's see. As you go to speak, it lets out a blood-curdling screech. Roll a will save.
We'll barrel roll.
I can drop it on you, but this is more fun. Alright. You are not even the slightest bit daunted by this screech, but you do hear the surrounding animals flee in terror at the sound of this horrific predator.
It's like, oh, poor baby. Let me help you.
Do you have any kind of speak with animal thing in effect?
Yeah, I said it. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Talked to
sorry.
it. So
Yeah, that's why.
The Force told me about their champion, and then he screams at me, and then I say, I'm here to help. If you'll let me. I got my hands up ready for some heal.
Yeah. Make a diplomacy check.
Man.
He doesn't trust you. Some random ass fucking human coming in, not even scared of it's really
Look, I have
cool.
a big cat. I have a cool cat with me.
The creature seems to respond well to your gesture. You okay, it says basically in a simplistic manner. Then he got a squawking word of compliance.
Okay. Then, I will do heal animal.
All right.
I'll do the 2 action to give it all the extra.
As you move in to heal, you have dark vision up and you're extremely perceptive. You can see the torn apart body of a warg, though its fur is not similar to the ones Moira keeps as pets. The creature's been overpowered and ripped apart.
Right.
Try to ask, where did that come from? Because I wouldn't think wargs wouldn't be common here, right? From what I know.
In its own growling, barking way, it conveys that the dog thought to take advantage of my weakened state, and I was hungry.
Was the dog with the people burning the fire?
No, I wouldn't have that. They wouldn't have it shaking their head as a part of their culture. No, these creatures are evil creatures, opportunistic, and cruel. It was a good meal.
Good job. The person with the fire is very similar.
You would, what's it called? As a druid, it's a... Actually, well, no. Are you trained in Arcana?
Nope.
Alright. You would know wargs as a whole, while a creature that exists in nature is not actually a natural animal.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. Like, where did that come from? Did it come with the people? Like,
you would, you had the memory to know that, when you were dealing with Nareen, when she was talking about having to drive off creatures of the forest, she had referenced wargs as well as owlbears. And a couple other things.
okay.
And yeah, they are a naturally occurring magical beast, similar to like unicorns and other such creatures.
Okay. I'll ask if it's seen a lot of wargs recently. Is it new to see wargs, or have you always seen wargs around the docks?
They are uncommon, but not unheard of.
Have there been more than usual?
No.
Okay.
By the indicator that Moira has 2 wargs they're raising, they have to be at least somewhat existent here.
Nope, she just abducted somebody else's wargs.
And I said, you're
I
trained in
just
nature.
assumed-
You don't know a lot about wargs specifically, but you know that they exist in nature. Like they're here and there.
Yeah. I mean, I know I
Um,
did like rolls to know and did well way back when I first saw the other two.
Yeah,
like-
they're honestly they're probably not too far different than owl bears. They're not a common sight, but you're not like, oh my god, it's a warg. People probably, if you're a commoner, you're probably like, fuck my life, it's a warg.
Yep.
I
But
am
also,
going to
yeah.
die.
Can't put it past evil people to saturate the place with evil creatures to, cause
Yeah.
wreak
No,
havoc.
it sounds like a pretty normal occurrence here.
Okay. I will
And
ask.
from what you gathered in the philosophies of the time you spent with Shadebloom, it is unlikely he would put that kind of effort into something like this. He had a very disenchanted view on fucking damn near everything.
I'd ask if has it been a long time since you've seen any Fae around?
He I don't often see forest spirits.
Did you notice their absence? Do I still sense their absence around here too?
Yeah, you don't see anything in this area.
Even if you don't pay attention to them, did you has it been feeling emptier for a while?
They or forest spirits bother when I have seen them and are, but they don't bother me for many seasons. You can make a Fey check. Payload check. Alright. Most cases, if a Fey was gonna interact with an owl bear or something, it'd probably be to fuck with it.
Yeah.
So... it's likely this area just isn't particularly rich with Fey creatures, at least in like this particular, this area. And from your warnings to the events that occurred, it's likely the area just has been, they've moved on to other areas. They'll likely return in time, but...
Okay.
Owlbears are powerful creatures as well, and lesser Fae could meet their end at trying to taunt around an owlbear. There's other funner stuff to mess with, like people.
Yeah.
Likely won't.
Okay. Then I will just finish up kind of patching them up or like clearing off some of the soot and stuff. Whatever's left, See if there's any, make hopefully see if there's any new like feathers growing in. But yeah, help like clean.
Oh, yeah.
And-
You said you used a heal ability. You want to throw it the rollout?
Yeah. Okay. Mhm.
All right. As you touch him and imbue him with healing, the ashen burnt feathers fall away aggressively as plumes of brand new, rich, hardy feathers jet through his body in a cascade of health and vitality. As the heal washes through the body, leaving the creature looking pristine. As it looks over its body, now surrounded by the charred remains of what had burnt him prior.
How does that feel?
Like before the flames.
Good. Okay. Oh, I will let him and any other animals that are around, hiding up in the trees, whatnot, they can spread the word. I'm trying to heal the area that was burned, so it will grow hopefully faster, and they will be able to expand, like repopulate, move back into that area, but it'll take a little while.
You sent the message with the birds.
Yes.
I understand. I will speak to the boar. We will spread.
Are they injured? Or are they okay?
They moved quickly. I moved into the burn to aid creature.
Oh, who?
They moved.
Is that creature still nearby? Are they okay? Did they leave?
Collapsed wood had trapped many small creature in area. I removed collapsed wood. Creatures fled. Seen them not since.
Okay.
One
was
injured, but I ate them.
Well, gotta survive. But thanks for aiding the other ones. All
If
balances out.
prey is hunted too much, everything suffers. It is good the warg is also dead now.
Okay.
Prey will do better when forest is grown.
Yeah. Better hunting.
They populate quick.
Yep. I'll let him know similarly of how I did before of, hey, these are the plants to look out for, or to make you feel good if you eat these, or roll
All the good
in these
mushrooms?
or whatever. Yeah.
Only the best shrooms.
For future.
You desire contact with forest spirits.
Yes, to check in, to see if
Where
they...
is your burrow?
I will point in the direction, whatever direction that is.
You point straight back to Breach Hill because you're on the other side of it.
Okay. The big house on the top of the hill. Outside of town.
Other
Yeah.
side of the walls.
Mhm.
Other side of this town.
Mm-hmm. Up the hill.
I understand. The great bear of the forest once made den at the giant stone.
Ah. Is the great bear not there anymore?
I do not know.
Okay. Are you saying you're going to visit, or are you going to send others up that way? Just so I know I can let people there know not to be afraid of whoever is coming.
Can do either.
We
Great
won't-
Bear got along with few. I avoided Great Bear. I would have taken many wounds hunting it.
Okay. I won't be there much longer. Maybe a couple more days? A day? And then we have to go for a bit, and then we will be back. I don't know how many days.
Then
So-
I send spirits there, say only sometimes in burrow. I will stay in my burrow.
Yeah, if they come by for a visit and I'm not there, then they'll have to come back another time. But you'll know when I am there. I'll visit these forests whenever I am in town.
I will sell predators not to hunt you.
Oh, thank you. Same with others you see living around in there on the hill. Those in the house. We all live there.
I will observe and tell others.
I will let them know to be very careful of their hunting if they choose to hunt.
We know there are many predators in area, but they are not bear. Other creatures that walk like human, but look like beast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know that they're doing a lot of hunting. I will check into that. Let them know some guidelines. I will also see about this bear.
Everything.
If they are still living in the rocks behind. And I will let people know to leave you alone, not bother you, or the boar.
He nods. Gratitude for feathers.
Oh, you're welcome. I mean, technically, they're your own. They're very pretty.
Your spirit ability is strong. And he's referencing to you.
We'll talk again at some point.
Waggles his big owlbear butt back into his burrow. You fully healed the owlbear. Man, that's a lot of healing.
I just imagine like the soot and the charred feathers just exploded off.
That was literally like just...
How late in the day is it?
So, like, I'd say midday.
Okay, and this is after my workout in the burned areas.
Oh yeah, you probably actually you so you're spending pretty much the whole day out there. So you could pretty much, I'd say it's probably near the end of the day for you. So I'm gonna jump over to Flynn. Flynn, you ran to the keep. You got your books. It's still pretty much morning for you. How do you want to spend your day?
I go find Mora.
Alright. Moira, we'll say this is conveniently right around the time you end your conversation with Grit. You're just making those last few statements you made as Flynn shows up.
Moira and Grit turn around, there's Flynn. Oh, hey. Your girl needs knowledge.
What?
Belle needs knowledge.
Oh, I have knowledge.
Awesome.
You should check on your disciples. They're waiting for you.
Yeah, I still need to get into town.
They're in like the farmhouses.
Yeah. I also need to check in with
That and,
Calma.
Yeah, you need to check in with Calmart. He's still missing a hand. I figured you would have fixed that by now. I give him a wink. I give Mora a wink.
I can't fix that with just regen, can I?
It's whatever. He was afraid that the Hell Knights were going to take his other hand.
You know, that's not unreasonable, given his past experiences.
Once burned, twice fingerless, you know.
I don't think that's the saying, but
I feel like the Hell Knights doubly disagree about that.
Yeah. That kind of comment make you lose a hand.
Where? Well,
Oh, and Grit actually, so you'd be proud of Belle. She's got the Mwangis all together pretty good. Organizing breakfast, taking her new leaf on life very seriously. So, yeah.
all right. Well, I got her some reading material. I hold up the religious books I bought for her.
I also got her reading material. Hold up my book.
Another religion.
What a surprise! I also.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess actually, Ron, you would probably not finish your conversation with what's it called? Them too far. You could easily bump into them in the courtyard as well. Why not, Jerron? And he has two meek. Oh no, they're actually working with Dinesh. So,
Hmm.
yeah. Donesh, and as he's trying to understand what they fucking did.
Friends, good to see you. The Archmage is getting restless.
Yeah, that seems right. I mean, we're not exactly bristling with magical discoveries over here, aside from the gate.
He also may or may not be a major political figure in a town.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have enough magical mysteries for him to forget that.
Hey, he made it through a good few days.
We'll send a message to the city, telling them to prep a revive spell on some other corpse, and
Oh, no.
we'll kill him, and then they can summon his spirit to that body.
Oh no. The guide's also there with you guys as well, but she probably just.
She's essentially captive, like effectively.
She just is taking it as like a small vacation. I don't gotta deal with the undead. It's nice.
Actually, how have you enjoyed the town amenities?
Who you asking?
Scope, when you made good use of the keep?
Who are you asking, Grit?
The guide.
Oh, they are not here right now, mind you.
Oh.
Just referencing. They're all basically where you guys have the Kuje. That's where they're all staying.
Yeah, I gotta go bug that. I actually gotta make sure we. That's right. They're part of the people of making sure everyone's all right. They probably do want to go home. We got sidetracked for a bit longer than they probably were expecting.
Yeah, a bit longer than we were expecting to.
All right, tie up our loose ends here, and we get back. I think we're going to be ready for to bring pain to the triad.
Indeed.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go bring the books to Belle.
Oh, actually, while we're in town, I let you guys know I'm going to look up some. Screw it. I'm an expert in craft. I can figure out how to tan leather.
Yeah.
Fuck it, I'm gonna figure it out. I'll work
You're
on it
also
tonight.
trained in survival, right?
Yes, I am.
I mean, you're trained in everything. You're great.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the combination of survival and craft, I'll say you know how to tan leather.
Cool. Yeah. I'll personally take the time to train her and go and help get that place set up before we kick off.
All right. Well, you two are heading back down to the mess hall. What are you doing, sir?
I am also heading so I can deliver my book to Belle.
All right. How about yourself, Duran?
I think Dron will go with Moira.
All right. Well, you're all going to the mess hall.
Yeah.
Oh no,
You
what
guys-
a mess.
Can actually smell what smells like a Grit would already know, a like deer and mushroom soup coming from the mess hall. When you arrive, there is a sight you guys have never seen. The Charukos and the Bogards and the goblins are wiping down tables and like mopping the floor and even wiping the walls down. Belmazog actually helping, but also giving instructions on what to do. It seems like the kobolds and the goblins are mostly handling things on the floor and under the tables, while the Charukos and the Bogards, Bogards mostly handle the tables, and the Charukos handle like cleaning the walls up. The effort actually like almost seeming as though you guys are preparing for really fancy company. Like they are deep cleaning this place.
Seems they have succumbed to a possession.
What do they possess?
We need an exorcism.
Religion check.
What's it called? And you guys can see the wash basins on the west side of the room leading into the storage closet. That they're using to, wet cloths, and you can see buckets that were used to fill them that are laying near it. And Belmazog turning to you guys as you enter. Many of you still need to eat. We can stop cleaning a particular table. There is still plenty of stew left.
I could certainly eat, and I won't complain.
Speaking out of Milwaukee, she makes a comment to them clearing the northmost table from all the people who are cleaning. And then Greer, you would say that she basically says, stop cleaning that one, they're gonna use it, go get them some soup. And the Charocross and Bogarts who are there, go into the supply closet, get out a number of bowls for you guys, and head to the south kitchen, filling you guys up bowls of soup and bringing it to you with utensils.
Damn.
Grit, you've already eaten, but they bring you one as well, because you're a goblin, so you can eat more.
Yeah, second breakfast.
Yeah,
You haven't quite ate your body weight.
You're essentially bottomless pits.
Yep.
Belmazog actually looks around, and then tells everyone else they can go occupy themselves otherwise. And then makes a point to actually just clean up a few spots that seem not to her approval after dismissing the other workers.
I do invite Bella to sit with us. While you're there, take a break. Well, we have breakfast and we have planning and things to catch up with before we take off. Come on. Mm-hmm.
She would nod and move. Morning is the only very busy time. Everyone is hungry. But I will be learning how to better the animal hides with you. The Bogards wish to find a good place to gather fish. They were proficient with it back home. The Charukos want to learn animal work as well. Once I've learned it, I will pass it to them.
Red, of course, is happy to impart all. Rick's thrilled to impart any knowledge he knows, and also let's say Moira might have had some insight on your. Grit puts his hand on his chest.
The voice or the calling.
Mm-hmm.
She looks to Moira intensely.
So, the ritual technically hasn't finished yet. You have been given, for lack of a better term, a test to prove that you are worthy of the atonement.
What do I need to do?
You already know.
Oh.
But it also, you said I would know the critical effect, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It does seem as though it went well enough that that thanks to Flynn's help, and no pressure, Iori's eye is actively on you. If you happen to do anything that would go against them, you will be made aware of it. You said it was for like a month, right?
A month, yeah.
Yeah, for roughly a month.
The drive to not leave a mess, I thought, was from the Desnan elders teaching, but this makes more sense.
No,
not-
the dozen elders make sense too. They
Yeah,
set a
but
good
it-
example.
I feel the effect, not just memory.
Mm.
That leaving mess could cause illness, and I should make sure the others don't leave mess and get illness.
It occurs to Grit that while she is correct, he has a sizable gap in his knowledge about this topic.
I wonder why.
Well, Desmond fixates the fact that Flynn is carrying like 10 books.
All the
Well, once people are done conversing, I put, 5 of the books on the table. Here you go, these are for you.
They are like the Irory books.
Yes.
I will learn them.
And I believe you had also requested one of me. Moira will hand over the one that she had prepared.
This will be good, so I better know the humans and hopefully understand you better. Reflecting on the fact that she just said she, to this day, she doesn't understand why you think the way you do or why you act the way you do.
I'll be honest, I question how I got here a lot also. I keep coming to various revelations. Selves are complicated.
Well, keep learning then, and keep strong company.
Moira just smiles at Belmazog, just seeing how far she has come.
Then finish eating. I will clean behind you, and then we can start with the corpses. Grit.
Mm-hmm.
Once I've learned that, I will begin reading the books.
Grit gets going on getting the room set up and ready for Bell as he kind of considers the workspace and gets everything all set up.
Cool. You notice Belle would actually make a point to clean up behind you guys, if permitted.
Yeah.
And yeah. So I know what Grit's doing. What are you doing the rest of your day, Flynn, Moira, and Duran?
Oh, Moira has to go into town.
All right. Flynn, Duran.
Duran would like to do research on these witches and where witches might be found. So, to the library, I suppose.
You would know there's also a good chance your party will have information on such things, should you wish to teach them.
I was thinking that Lorelei may have known something about witches, or Unmei maybe, but
Can ask anyone. Who knows?
Ask the winds.
Duran, yeah, why not? Duran will go and confront probably Unmei, I suppose. He's a little bit closer with Unmei than Lorelei as of right now. And I don't really think that he would know exactly where his specialties lie.
All right. Well, working on with the dwarves in the basement, you could find Unmei setting up actually a lot of spiritual devices and runes in a room, just putting on the starting touches, getting it going, as the dwarves begin repurposing this decrepit old basement into, like, something that matters.
Fair.
It is in rough shape, but
Fox, Unmei.
Listen, Duran.
You seem to understand my dialect. At any rate, I have a question of you. Do you know of witches?
Some.
To put bluntly, those I have sired have taken upon the act of witches with some entities. And I seek to try to determine who this entity or entities are and ensure that my children are safe in their endeavors. So I'm hoping that you might have some information on how to comprehend witches and where they might be.
Like specific witches? Giving information on them? Just witches in general?
Well, I do know of two witches. Unfortunately, the ones that need my assistance. My hope is to potentially know where to find some, and I might gain some insight to train them better.
Okay, so you're seeking masters to train people. Which masters?
I don't know which, that's why I'm asking.
Sandwich masters.
oh, gave herself in the nose. That was funny. Oh,
Well, I will attempt, I'm guessing, an occult for them.
to find groups of people is a society check.
Oh.
Okay. Witches, especially in this region, are hard to nail down. Their practice is a bit
True.
taboo.
I've seen them crucified.
So it is unlikely you could just like walk into a town and ask for a witch and find them. Someone who is more knowledgeable society, or someone in an area that is more densely populated with witches would be able to help you more.
In this case,
I think at that point then it would be what, Flynn or
Flynn is your resident expert in society.
you have to ask Flynn then.
How convenient, you were just next to him.
yes. And then, well, at least we have a direction. I also need to find someone to take care of them while we're away, because this current location we are in is a bit more precarious than having children around allows. And then, yeah, he'll go find Flynn.
Flynn, after you broke from giving Belle her books, what did you do?
I'm gonna go find a quiet place to study mine.
All right. You could find Flynn in his tower if you wish. Is that a good quiet place for you?
Yeah.
All right. So it's quiet for a moment, and then loud lizard feet disrupt the quiet.
Warrior Flynn, I need your assistance.
Okay.
I wish to find witches. Or those who are proficient in witchcraft.
Flynn, you can make a society check. You specifically will have a bonus to this.
Oh yeah.
Yep,
Does he know witches?
he does.
Where's mom?
If both Chad and I are involved in a role, of course
Never
it's
mind.
fun.
What is a witch?
Oh,
I've never heard of those before.
There we go.
Hey.
So when you first joined up with the party, you were actually traveling in the companionship of a witch.
Yep.
And you know that there is a tower that houses a pair of particularly powerful witches that tends to move. But as you've grown in your knowledge of society and whatnot, you think you'd probably have to spend a few days traveling to like the potential locations, but you could likely find this tower.
You know, I just realized like kind of weird how this whole situation ended up because Jiran rolled successfully to know about Baba Yaga.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't even think about that until just now, until you brought up the fact that Lorelei later just interacted with Baba Yaga.
Yeah. What's it called? In particular, you know, from what you recalls on your travels prior to joining the party, and your studying of like the region of Ishgard, the best way to find this tower is there are often sightings of a black dragon near it, though it has never been known to attack individuals.
Alright, well. I let him know. There's well, we could probably find a witch's tower if you need one. We'd have to travel a bit and look for signs of a black dragon.
Oh, see. It's quite the guard dog, as it says.
They are witches, so they're probably shunned by a lot of people, surely for their name, if nothing else.
Well, it is something I do seek. I should let you know my children that you have met have apparently made a pact with an entity to become a witch or witches. So the hope is to, well, give them some guidance, something that I cannot provide. So I appreciate the efforts you're putting forth here.
Do I know how far away these spots are?
With your insane ability, you could probably reach one a day. They range from just inside the Cheliaxan border, a couple locations in Isgard, and a couple locations in, I think it's called Druma? The place to your guys' is east.
Well, we would need like a whole week to potentially find it, unless we get lucky.
We'll just get lucky.
Oh, and there's at least one area in Andoran.
Well,
So-
it is probably a task better set for once we finished up in Kovlar.
Probably. I think we spent too much time away from Kovlar as it is, and taken our dwarves, trapped the dwarves here for too much time, I should say.
I think you might be right about that. So I will push them on someone.
Duran, you know, between you and Unmei, you might be able to divine bullshit your way into finding this tower quicker. I don't know how, but I know between the two of you fucking guys, you guys ruined all of my secretive plans, so you probably have fucking something.
Spoiling your plans? Spoiling your plans.
Yeah, we'll keep that in mind but for right now, it's like, guess we do have probably a couple of days, maybe. And you say it takes how long to get to a lot of these points? Individually?
If you were going pace by place, Flynn is dumb. But you're also quick, though. With,
Yeah, she just can't go as long as Flynn can.
Yeah. You can get to each one within a day. They're just in the surrounding countries, and in the country you're at. Assuming the information's what's it called? That Flynn hasn't deviated too much, but you know, there's like various ways you can locate them. It's just, as Flynn has put it, there is a tower that moves around.
Hey, who did the scrying thing? Is that me? Maybe,
Yes.
Maybe they could do the scrying thing again and find the tower
Definitely.
faster.
That would be a great idea. I was just there. I suppose I'll make a return. Yeah, and that would be the next step of that.
All right. So Unmei, you get back to work. You get a little bit done. John shows back up.
Okay. I'll knock on the wall.
Oh, there's like construction work happening. There's like a dozen or so dwarves and humans in there, or a dwarf and a bunch of humans.
He knocks on Ume. It seems that we may have something within reach. I would hope that I could borrow your scrying talents to potentially get an answer to shorten the time we take on it.
We try.
It's all I ask for. I need to, and then he would kind of explain the information that Flynn had given him. Because there's a lot of details. Black Dragon towers, many of them, got a scry to find out which ones. I don't know if we could try for just. We don't really know the inhabitants, but we could try for the Black Dragon, I suppose.
Or augury. Just augury. Is this a path? No.
Oh, man.
Is this a
That's
path?
basically
No.
what it's gonna be at this point.
Oh, fair enough.
I can do it twice a day.
Well, yep. Then we'll try. We'll just try to hit those marks.
Congrats. All right. So using augury to basically ask yes or no questions.
Yeah. Or just be like, if they head this direction, will they find the tower?
Okay, that's smart. How many castings do you have, or how many questions can you ask?
Like, just one, but I can cast it twice a day.
All right. Well, let's see. You have a various directions, so I guess which way are you guys asking? For information on.
We'll just scry to see which tower currently has. Because is it every tower has a Black Dragon, or just one that has a the Black Dragon?
The one he was
The tower
saying.
moves.
The tower moves.
Gotcha. So these are just locations where it's been spotted specifically, not necessarily.
Yeah, Flynn is an expert in society, and so he knows a lot of the inner workings and rumors and aspects about that. So he knows in different areas that this is an event, that there is a tower that moves around, and there is a Black Dragon that is sighted near it. And he knows from his knowledge of different, regions and whatnot. It's been sighted in your country and pretty much all neighboring countries.
Well, it's best to probably start. We'll start close. Because it would be unfortunate if we're trying to find it and it ends up being down the street.
That could be nailed by.
So yeah, scry for the tower, probably just the tower itself, I suppose.
Well, Ume said he was gonna basically use an augury to say.
Augury, yeah, I mean augury for the tower in this area.
Well, the way Ume worded it, Ruben was saying that he could basically ask if they go this direction, would they find it or not? That's what Ruben said.
Yeah, to find out if it's in the area or not, essentially. Just in a roundabout way. So yeah, if that is a thing that Ruben would like to do, then.
How'd your stuff work, Ruben? What are you doing?
I'm down to do whichever way you want to do it. I'm just here to.
Yeah, let's do it that way then.
Essentially, you have 5 locations and only 2 casts. He's DM's asking which location you guys want to pick to check first.
That's why I said the center one. That's why I said the closest, the one we're actually at. Start with Numeria and Ishkur, and then just around it is afterwards. But first, start with that, so we're not wasting time if it ends up being right there.
Ishgard.
So yeah, just whatever role that would be necessary for, I suppose, unless he needs something for it.
It's the DM makes the roll.
So you said it's an augury?
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah. Do. Alright. You gather that searching the immediate area would yield a bad outcome. As you have to mean, special augury can also only predict occurrences that would happen within 30 minutes.
Hmm.
Yeah, but that's Flint.
So yeah, we wouldn't be able to utilize it then unless we can get there within 30 minutes.
Flynn's quick, but getting to a neighboring nation within 30 minutes, that's a bit much even for him.
Let's go. Well, I mean, we could always go
Walk
talk
through
to
the
that
trees.
wizard. He knows teleport, right?
Lorelai can also do it too.
Just walk through the trees.
Yeah, tree walk that shit. And I'm sure Lorelai would be interested in some witch stuff.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, I got the Fae lore, so could roll
Okay.
to see if I know about like Fae like patrons that witches serve.
Hmm.
You know.
The Duran is on the most point-and-click adventure of point-and-click adventures.
You can always ask Grit. There's a 5% chance he knows.
That's a good point too. Well,
Lorelai is going to be gone for a good chunk of the day and has other tasks she's handling. How you want to find this information is up to you. Though it is almost 10:30, so I should pause there so I don't drag too late for people.
mhm.
I can keep going, but I want to be courteous to the group.
I do appreciate it. No,
I
for once, no, do I have a... Oh, well. We calling session for the night then?
Yeah, we'll pause there. It's...
Me. Do I have an update? So I don't have morning plans because my work as of last week, I was let go.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, I went into work. I was like, oh, there's an extra car here. I get the impression that as soon as I walk in, hey, do you have time for a quick conference? I'm like, oh, okay, I know what this is. Anyway, sat down. I see the HR dude. I'm like, all right. It's funny. I sit down. It's all kind of awkward and quiet for a second. Like no one knows how to start the conversation. I'm just like, all right, let me just say I know what this is likely about. Let me just crack into this. Why not? And yeah, but they let me go. They paid me all my PTO. They paid me out all that, so that was like $2,000, which is nice.
Why they let you go?
Yeah, so. I mean, the end reason why they let me go was with everything going on, I didn't fill out my employee review. Admittedly, I acknowledge that was definitely something that they can definitely fire me for because it's your yearly employee review, blah blah blah. Yeah, this is happening right while I'm being like interrogated and investigated and all this other shit, and all these unnecessary meetings are getting scheduled, and I'm just so burnt out. So it was kind of a relief. So I'm looking at other jobs right now, and it was about time. I was so burnt out, so got paid out, paid my bills. I'm looking for something new, and it was time.
Yeah, I wish you luck, dude.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, silver lining in it, if anything. Yeah, it's a good way of looking at it.
And yeah, girlfriend and her family has been hyper supportive, and I mean, just making it through. But yeah, it was just one of those things of like, okay, Jerry leaves. All right, cool. Go to work. Fired. Fuck it. At least I have the day off, and I got paid for that last day too. So fuck it.
Cheers.
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, it's not like you're leaving on like bad terms. I'm sure they understood at least understood the circumstances.
Oh, everyone locally thinks it's BS. It's a corporate
Oh, yeah, it
firing,
is.
so it's like, what are you gonna do?
They obviously
Right?
wanted to get rid of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For one
It
reason
was
or another,
like-
someone wanted to. So, because that kind of stuff, when that kind of shit, in my experience, all national I've seen get fired, that kind of bullshit that's brought up, like stupid fucking paperwork bullshit like that, is always, hey, we wanted to fire you. We're looking for a reason.
Oh yeah, they just upped, like everything was happening at the same time. They just upped the difficulty, and I was bound to slip. And quite honestly, I could have probably done it. It was funny. The moment I made the mental declaration of fuck it, let them fire me. I don't care. I'm not going to do this fucking review. I felt suddenly so much more mentally healthy. Like I could just do my job and I just like gave up on giving a fuck about their nonsense standards. I was like, wow, that's generally actually a pretty good indicator I need to find fucking other work. So
Yeah, fair. That's fair.
it was just getting really unhealthy. So such as it is, I'm just looking for other options. I'm all set up for the moment, and yeah, this is actually one of those things where, oh no, this is stressful. This is one of the regions I excel in. So finding new work, fuck, I'm not worried about that. So I'm good.
All right.
But yeah, that's been the last week, and just mentally catching up with all the everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, happy you're taking it well, and what's it called? Hopefully, you find something new and better for you soon.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, it was funny too, because like right in the meeting, I was like right in the meeting as I'm getting fired, I get a call from my psychiatrist, and they're like, "Oh, hey, we need to talk to you about your prescription. Can I call you back? I got some things going on right now. I'm getting fired right now, actually." And they're like, "Oh shit!" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll give you a call back. I'll give you a call back after." And such. That was one of those like, as timing goes, I was like, "Oh, just like, yeah, we gotta talk to you about the anti-anxiety meds. Just want to make sure everything's all going out right." I'm like, "You know, I'm actually handling this remarkably well. I'm getting fired right now, but so I'm gonna say those meds working fucking awesome."
Nice.
So I'm taking it's actually a pretty low, like middling dose, but it does seem just enough to keep me from boiling over ever, which is really nice. So yeah, fluvoxetine, I believe is what it's called. No real negative side effects, although like it might impact you negatively here. What are you gonna do? But no, so far it's a low enough dose that it doesn't seem to be impacting me negatively, and prevents me from just absolutely flipping out. So yeah,
Hey.
no crash outs.
Hey.
Believe me, I felt like crashing out pretty badly these last few weeks. I was like, Jesus Christ, these assholes. But hey, well, that's work for you, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. I keep getting like literally interrogated by one HR person, and then it's like, ah, shit. It's like, so what's going on? Oh, well, I'm getting repeatedly harassed by this HR person. Oh, look, I'm getting talked to by a different HR person.
Almost always hate HR.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong. I don't take it personally, but I understand HR's job first and foremost, prevent the company from being sued.
Yeah.
That's their first job. I have nothing against that. The problem is
I do, because they try to act like they're your friend. We're here for
They
you.
do.
Right? No, you're not.
Yeah.
I'm here to protect the company first and foremost. I have nothing against that. But I had to learn that the hard way too many fucking times. So yeah. Such is life. Tis the game of it. My only issue is the folks that HR tends to attract. I don't know. I feel like high school bullies, like the people who really like power structure and lording over people.
No,
HR.
to me, it's people who were bullied in high school tend to be the
That too.
HR people. Because, like, all right, now I have the power to wield over people. And it's like, stop it. Like, you didn't like it when it happened to you. Don't do it to other people.
Yeah.
Maybe
You
they
know,
did
it's
lie.
probably a combination there.
The biggest examples I always have of that are like, so the 2 times I wanted to punch HR in the face, they were 300-pound plus women who were like talking down at me, and I'm like, you can't do my job. Don't tell me I'm doing my job wrong when I'm going above and beyond on my damn job.
That's my
You
thing.
know,
If my bosses can't do the job they're telling me to do, why are they telling me to do it? Like,
well, it's funny. I just didn't respect getting told by that HR woman that I have a 5-minute leeway to clock in.
Yeah,
like,
that
oh,
pissed me
but-
off. We both got called in that day.
Yeah, and so my issue is when I hear the word leeway, the word leeway to me means
Plus or minus.
sorry.
Yeah,
No,
I know.
sorry. They didn't say leeway. I have a 5-minute grace period.
Yes.
Yes.
Same thing, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I hear grace period, I assume it goes both ways. Guess no. You have 5 minutes early to clock in is what they meant by grace period.
Oh yeah, that would very similar
5 minutes early, but not late?
Yes.
That's fucking stupid. At my work, it's like you have 9 minutes to clock in. If you clock in early, you're in trouble. But you have 9 minutes up till like 10 minutes after.
No, it was a job that you could clock in 5 minutes early. You weren't being paid for those 5 minutes, but you could clock in up to 5. Yes.
Stupid.
What the
That's
fuck?
illegal. That is
Well,
illegal.
oh, I know.
I got a settlement on it from Living Spaces one time. Because that's the reason I got fired from Living Spaces.
Jesus.
Like, I got a settlement from Winco because there was a class action. No, not Winco. Islands, because I got a class action lawsuit because they made you waive your breaks. So essentially, they didn't let you take your 10-minute breaks.
That's illegal. You can't waive your breaks. You can waive your lunch.
They
Can't
made
waive
you
your
sign a thing at the beginning of your shift, every shift, that said that you waive your 10-minute breaks.
break. But that, you can't. Again, that's illegal. You can't.
Yeah,
You
I
can-
got after I quit. There was a lawsuit and I got a settlement.
You can waive your breaks. If you waive your 2 10-minute breaks, they have to pay you an extra hour for your shift.
At Winco, there's
I
real
got
training
paid out
saying
for
take
that
your breaks.
specifically.
That's awesome.
When I was working at the what's it called? It was security, but specifically the 5150 ward. Like with security, it's always like take a break so you can. You're fucking doing security, so DGAF. But this one you couldn't. Like you were like locked in, and I brought that up, and they're like, oh well, you know, you waive your breaks on this one. I'm like, I can, but you have to pay me. No, we don't. Here's the law. Oh, I'm like, it's all public domain. I can just California state laws. They breaks. I'm looking up right now.
What do
but-
they expect you to, like, no, yeah, I'm just gonna waive my breaks for nothing? Fuck off.
I mean, businesses expect people to be timid and dumb and submissive.
Not have a fucking Google reference in your pocket to go, let me just see what the law says about this shit. It's
Right.
here's the thing: the HR woman that was interrogating me really didn't like me because, unfortunately, we got off on the foot of me knowing generally things like this, and you know, just yeah. One of the things, it's really good to just play fucking retarded in front of HR. Like, be dumb, be really dumb. Add or subtract chromosome, be fucking dumb, and just don't let them know you know shit, and fly under their radar. Like, goddamn.
So, well, okay. What Winco got sued for was they were trying to say you can't leave the building on your break. So, because they put a restriction on breaks, because breaks is it's a pay period where you get paid without having to do any work, and putting a restriction like you can't leave the building is technically work. So if you're on your break, you can go anywhere you want, you can do whatever you want, you can go home, you can get changed, you can go for a swim, but you have 10 minutes to be back in the building with work clothes.
No, that is actually no.
What's up?
There is actually one thing. They can't tell you not to leave the building. They can tell you to not leave company premises because you are on company's insurance for liability stakes during that time period. So they can restrict you to their premises.
Yes.
Because you're paid.
Well,
they can't restrict you on. they can't restrict you on lunch unless they pay you. Like they can tell you can't leave, but we're gonna pay you for your lunch. But your breaks, since he was saying since you're on company clock, they can fire you if you leave the premises.
Yes,
especially
that
if you
was
get
something
hurt.
I went over
Wico
that
lost the lawsuit
Wow.
saying you can't leave
Oh,
the
no.
building. They lost it, and
Oh,
so
leave the building? No, they can't. But they can
No.
go to their car in the parking lot.
Yeah,
At the company premises.
technically you're not allowed to drive anywhere on your break.
Yes.
Unless it's under like a manager tells you you can leave. You can't just do it up and like by yourself. 'Cause, like, I know that one because when I was working at Phoenix Arms, one of the guys got into a car accident, but it was on his lunch, so he was fine, and the company couldn't be sued because he was off the clock. But they let him know, like, if he had done that on his break, he'd have been fired.
well, they haven't. They essentially, at this point, don't put restrictions.
Oh yeah. At this stage, they're not chancing it.
Yeah,
They
there was
were
like,
locked
do whatever the fuck you want. You just have to be back in the building. When your break's over, ready for work.
But yeah, same thing. Say you go to your car on your break, and then someone stabs you in the car, you get workman's comp.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
The company won't like you for it, and they're probably gonna find a reason to fire you at that point. But you're on the clock, so.
Yup.
Funny
My
thing
greatest
about that
regret
is,
is I didn't go to the hospital from work when I was having the chest pains.
Serious.
Leave my responsibility to bite me in my own fucking ass.
But there was a manager who was covering for the store manager, who pissed a lot of people off because he expected people at our store to actually do their job and actually work. And his attitude was, if you don't want to work, just go home. We'll find someone else.
Yeah.
Like, that's literally was his attitude. It pissed,
That's
it
how's
pissed
it-
everybody
this-
off.
How?
Was this the
I mean,
E one?
I know why.
Huh? This
Which
was
one?
Jonathan. I don't think you've ever
Oh,
met him.
Jonathan. No.
But that was his attitude, and that's a bad attitude to have.
No, it's not.
At Pomona Winco, that's a bad attitude to have, because so he shows up. So he used to show up to work at like 7:30 and sit in his car for half an hour before coming into the building. But he showed up to work that day, got out of his car, and came into the building early, and someone drove by his car and shot it up.
Good thing he came in early that day.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. Damn.
So it was speculation. I'm like, people are like, did they check to see if he was in the car, or did they wait for him to leave and then shoot it up, or were they trying to actually kill him?
They're probably trying to shoot him.
Yeah, no, he might have lucked out there and just.
I think he did. So for a couple weeks, he took a leave for a couple weeks.
Oh
and
yeah.
I demanded Winco to get better security, so we ended up getting a whole bunch of
You get cameras and
the
shit. at
camera
least.
towers, and we got someone 24/7 security guard outside in the parking lot.
That's good.
But that only lasted like a year. Now we only have one camera tower and no security out in the parking lot anymore.
Well, no, it's
Yep.
illegal. I mean, who is the security guard gonna arrest?
It's a deterrent.
Security guards themselves are just a deterrent. That's
Security
literally
guards
it.
are
That's what it is.
different in California.
I mean, they're neutered in most states. They can't do shit. But they're there to be an extra. They're to be an on-site. We're going to call the police and be visually deterrent.
Mhm.
That's it.
That's
Well, I'm
yeah,
saying,
it
like,
is a deterrent.
up until recently, you could walk out laughing at the security guard in California, and nothing would happen to you.
That's pretty fair.
Yeah.
Yep, that's pretty much how it
The
is.
biggest
Is it
thing.
less than 9:50? Yeah. Well, then we're not gonna bother because it'll be 3 hours before the cops show up, and then they're gonna go, "What do you want us to do about it?"
Oh, our
So
cops,
most of the time, oh, go ahead, Brian.
I was just saying that our cops, because my store has a unique police department just for like that city block, dedicated to like Victoria Gardens,
Yeah.
and we're part of that district.
Rich
So being near a mall is a benefit right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's different. When you have a cop
yeah.
down the street like that.
Oh well, here's the thing: is like they send their like main officer. I don't know what they would be for that particular department or whatever, because we've been getting so much theft recently. And they were like, he was like, hey, look, so you guys are getting stolen from a lot, so like, just call us, even if you just think that those people are going to steal. It's not profiling. You're preventing a crime. Just call us. We'll wait outside.
That's really funny. Oh my god, that is some of the best things. So that's wonderful. Like I will remember this. So the police told you it's not profiling. You're preventing a crime. That is gorgeous.
Well, yeah, because literally, I would say without skipping a beat, 90, I would say 80% of our theft are three black like 20-something-year-olds coming in.
Oh no,
The same ones or
No, different groups, completely different groups.
Oh,
But it's
no.
always a lot of time 3 black kids.
Believe me when I say I unfortunately recognize a pattern of thieves as well. So for us, it's always a different homeless group. But the homeless groups kind of have a pattern. You can tell who's working with who. Because, example, when it's always like they're always in like a group of like 7 to 9 people. So they'll send them in groups of like 2 to 4. And they'll hit you at different times. Normally there's a scout that goes in first place, checks it out. Then the next ones go in, and they kind of go. One runs distraction while the other one runs that. So the one that was a bunch of buff black guys and their overweight white girlfriends, and they're all cracked out, was very funny.
Yeah, your thieves are fucking organized. Ours are just like, we're gonna wander in, grab a shopping cart, fill it with a couple items, and then push it out the exit.
emergency doors.
Yeah, the emergency exit
Fair.
doors.
Yep.
Fair enough. Yeah, ours are really organized. Ours are unfortunately really, really organized, which is kind of a pain in the ass. But it is interesting watching them. Like, it's like a nature documentary where you're like, watching the local herd migrations of the homeless. But what is fun is that our like at the front doors, we have the camera that went through. So like at any point, we're like, all right, so this guy stole from us. Fucking pull up the door camera. That's his face. Do we more or less know what they stole? Cool. What's the MSRP? Rack up the maximum value. Ignore any sales. We want to just make sure, because thankfully, Oregon is a state that you're allowed to just literally tally up the things they steal over the course of time. And like, all right, they hit $1,000. Cool. It's a felony. Give it to the cops. So we work with the cops on that one, and every time someone steals something, we're like, and it's this guy again. Cool. Fuck it. Rack up the charges. And we just turn it over to the cops. The cops fucking love us for it. Yeah. So
I want to live in a state where crime isn't legal.
Right.
Like,
what was fun is, one of the mornings I'm there with the officer, and I'm just going through the sheets. She was like, and that guy, and she pointed at the guy, threw out his name, and everything's like, that guy's a bad guy. A homeless dude, he raped this one girl, blah, blah, blah. Anything we can do to just like get extra charges on him to get him like locked up again here. It was the amount of coordination that we actually have with the police was really nice. It was kind of cool. It was refreshing.
I'll have to get you guys later. I'm off to bed.
yeah,
I see that.
Take care, brother.
it is
Wrecking ball tomorrow,
sickening.
right, though?
Yeah, I'm down.
Cool. See you then.
Peace, brother.
It is sickening to hear when you have people where they're like, oh yeah, that guy, he raped someone, and he's just walking around doing stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that is a failure of society.
Oh yeah. It is like, what the fuck? And the thing is, you look at some of these guys and like, my God, you are a Florida man mugshot. Fucking hell. I mean, we have a lot of those around here. It's Eugene. You're gonna have a lot of drugged up homeless. Just like, it's part of the game too. But
Yeah. Rancho's become a recent a drop-off point for homeless and recent out of jails.
damn.
Yeah.
Changing world is scary. I'll say that.
Just need a lot more fucking crackdown on that shit, in my opinion. Criminalize crime again.
Yeah, seriously. Illegalized crime.
Yeah, illegalize crime. I can only fucking imagine. I mean, I've dealt with a lot of stuff, and I just intimidated people when I was a guard, and it usually worked.
Yeah.
I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm going to do. Like, if crime's legal, I'm gonna go ahead and bend the rules in my favor.
Yeah.
Get
No,
the fuck out of my area.
the big thing I just had, like, for me, I had to just rely on the fuck it. I'm gonna, as long as I don't feel like I'm gonna get stabbed. I'm gonna talk you out of my region. And typically that worked really well. There was like only like 3 occasions where like I'm gonna give this guy a wide fucking berth and they get to travel as they want because I'm gonna get stabbed if I talk to them.
Also, I just realized. Sorry, you ended your stream, yeah?
No.
Oh,
Sorry.
Good day and welcome to yeah, dealing with the West Coast and our crime rates and everything else.
I always had a few things that were kind of iffy.
Oh, I threatened to kill more than one person. I was really fucking honest. Like, I was like, I will literally just kill you, report the body, and I'm sure you have enough stuff on you to have you incriminated, not me. Like, just piss off. Just leave.
Yeah.
It wasn't often, but one of my female officers, when I was doing patrol, got threatened by a homeless person.
Yeah.
I threatened to kill him, and then one hit me in the face with a glass bottle. I threatened to kill him. I had a gun at the time, so I was just like, I can kill you, show an officer the blood on my face, and that's just that. How about you just disappear and I never see you again?
Yeah.
Back to the shit, I never saw him again. Problem solved.
Yep. It's.
I'm not looking to hurt people, but I also just don't put up with stuff. And if you're,
it's me going home. Fuck you, man.
Yeah.
That.
And if when I was on supervisor, if you're intimidating my people, like,
Yeah.
I'm
responsible for fuck that. No, exactly.
Yeah. What's it called? Oh, actually, Chad, remember when we used to go down to West Covina? No, it was Corona to play Monster when you were playing Monster Hunter 3 and you would come with me to work?
The department.
It was like a little parking. No, it was like the little park. It was like a little parking lot with like a little office we hung out in. Only give a couple times. I mean, you were playing
I don't
Monster Hunter 3.
exactly.
No worries. It was that place though specifically. The guard working there. It was this chick, and she called me.
Oh, I remember the time you got hit in the face with the bottle.
People fucked with me.
Good night, Lorelai.
Hey, rest well, Lorelai. And I got your last message about campaign stuff. We'll address it next session.
Yay.
Hey.
don't worry,
Yeah.
Kyle, it was a sugar glass bottle.
That close to Hollywood, definitely.
It's just crime needs to be crime, or people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like I've had philosophical conversations with the people, and a lot of stuff works if everyone's nice, but people forget that there's a metric like Richie in particular. I used to have talked with him because he just, for whatever reason, despite how cynical that guy was, couldn't comprehend just the raw greediness and evil of people. And it's like, we need things to keep people in check, and there need to be punishments for people who are just fucking wicked and who will take advantage and hurt people. Like,
let's put this way. Even if only 0.01% of the population were really wicked, that doesn't seem that big until you realize just how many fucking people there are.
Yep.
And then it's like, okay, this number is actually kind of worrying. And then you also know in your heart of hearts that number is higher than 0.01%. So
It's a big number.
Yeah.
We deal with a lot of assholes.
And it's like, I'm not worried about me 99% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's the more vulnerable people. It's women, it's kids, it's even small
Mhm.
dudes.
Mm-hmm.
They're the people who are at risk of things. They're the people who will get preyed on and taken advantage of.
Mm-hmm.
So it's.
Yep.
I think I told you a while back. Like, what's it called? When I was hanging out with that kid Adam and like a bunch of his friends, and they were like the adamant anti-gun, anti-whatever law. And like, if I kicked
Mhm.
your house down and decided I'm just gonna start whooping ass, doing unspeakable stuff, people here. Who have you stopped me? And I was like, because I'm bringing a weapon, by the way. If I'm like, yeah, all the bad it does. If I don't get a gun, well, what if guns are outlawed? I take a couple hour drive down to TJ. I pick one up. I come back. Well, how you get across the border? You think they cavity search every fucking car that comes over the border? No. It'd take a week to get over the border. I'll duct tape it to the back of my engine, or if I'm really super worried about it. Like, like what are we talking about? And then that's I don't even need to. Like I said, I'll bring a bat or a pipe or a knife, and I'm like, none of you here stop me.
Mhm.
And then someone's like, I call the police, but you all hate the police because they were that group.
Mhm.
And they're like, well, I mean, in this situation, so when you need them, you like them. Well, like them, but you want them to stop me. And they're like, and I was like, you see how like all the logic starts unraveling, and they're like, so I was going to town. Like, really, what do you guys do? And they're like, there is no answer. They go, I'm like, and this is the point where people like you, one of you should have some kind of weapon who could stop me, because there's worse than me out there. There's way worse than me.
Yep.
And they're like, and I don't want someone like you guys to get in trouble. And like, they were all uncomfortable with it, but I'm just like, this is just reality. This shit happens. And like, happy you're in the U.S. because it happens less here. God forbid you're in South America. God forbid you're in Eastern Europe. God forbid you're in Africa. God forbid you're anywhere in the Middle East.
Yeah,
It
don't be a
happens.
woman born in India. Like, I'm sorry, that shit sucks. There's a lot of issues here. Yeah.
So it's like, people like to look at things in an idealistic, way, and I get that, but you have to look at the reality of things.
Yeah.
Because shit's scary.
It is. It really is. Yeah.
But
there's some folks that I realize when their brain looks at things, over time I really
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I was struggling really hard there, just like drifting out. Fuck. I really need sleep. Sorry about that. Definitely should have called stream a bit earlier there. Once session ended. But thank you all for being here, showing up and hanging out. Fuck. Hmm. Um. Brain, please. Oh. Yeah. Oh. I was gonna raid into Oz, but They were just about to raid into me. uh, uh, oh no. Oh, I should also have some music going. Okay. Well, we gotta rate somebody. You know what? What if? What if? Just. You guys can go hang out with us. And then wherever they end up going after some games, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yeah. Thank you all for being here. We're just hanging out, enjoying our silliness, and yeah. Again, sorry about the end there. I'm gonna go pass out after this and try to not anxiety. But yeah, be back tomorrow. I need to make a schedule. Yeah. Fuck the world. Don't let the world get you down. Fight back. Don't just survive. Fucking thrive. Punch back. You deserve to live. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And yeah, take care of yourselves. Happy day of visibility. Get out there and thrive. Have fun with Oz. Bye. Have a good night.